delayed. I'll give another 3 minutes so that we can start. Yeah, we had some challenges with traffic on the road. One of our honorable member is also, locked in traffic. Yeah, but really apologies for the delay. Thank you. No, it's 10 minutes past. Apologies. My watch says 12 minutes past. My computer says 10 minutes past. Honorable members, welcome. And before us today is the Department of Agriculture and CASIDRA, who are here before us to table their annual reports to reflect on the 12 months that has been. So with that, I just want to say welcome, honorable members. And welcome, Minister, HOD, Department of Agriculture officials, CASIDRA board. I understand that the chairperson is also on the way, stuck in traffic, like I was. Chief Executive Officer, your officials, you are welcomed. Officials from the Auditor General and from the Department of the Premier, the media present, members of the public who are present here. We did not receive any indication that there will be some members from the public who will be attending the proceedings. And those watching online via YouTube, welcome. With me in the house is honorable members whom I will quickly introduce. At the front is Honorable Bryant. Honorable Bryant, if you can just raise your hand that they can see.
Hello.
And then Honorable Constable. Thank you, Honorable Constable. Honorable Brinkcase. I must also just indicate that we have got two apologies. Honorable Mbombo is not in, and in his place is Honorable Thomas Walters. He's on the way. He is stuck in traffic, but he is online as far as I'm concerned. And Honorable Vessel online. Honorable Vessel, can you indicate that you are present?
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Morning. Honorable Ngondlo also tendered an apology. She is currently in Kenya attending Economic Governance School. In her place is Honorable Pat Legger. Honorable Pat Legger, are you able to indicate that you are present?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I am present.
Thank you. So, honorable members, in terms of the department, it is led by our...
Apologies for interrupting you. I'm present online. I'll be there with you shortly.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Walters. With us, honorable members, like I've indicated, the department led by Minister Ivan Meyer is here with us, leading the department, with Dr. Mogale Sebopetsa, who is the head of the department, Ms. Linde Govender, who is the Chief Finance Officer, Daryl Jacobs, the Deputy Director General, Agriculture Development and Support Services, and Ms. Bongiswa Matoti, who is the Acting Deputy Director General for Agriculture Development and Regulatory Services. CASIDRA, like I've indicated, is led by their Chief Executive Officer, who is Dr. Keith Glute, and Keith Duplessis, apologies. Keith Duplessis, I've written here Keith Glute, so my apologies. Keith Duplessis, and the the board chairperson is on the way, and we will obviously indicate when he arrives. He's stuck in traffic. Honorable members and officials, if your names was not read on record as present in this meeting, for viewers on YouTube or at home and media to capture your inputs, may I request that when you are called to answer, please introduce yourself and the department that you are responsible for. For the purposes of accurate record keeping, all attendees must ensure that they complete the attendance register, which will be circulated by the committee assistant. Honorable members, on the committee's agenda today is the tabling of the annual report of the Department of Agriculture, CASIDRA for the period 1 April 2024 to 31st March 2025. And we've got obviously general items that we can deal with if there are any general items. And thereafter, then we will go straight to resolution. The order of the day in terms of how we're going to really be conducting this business is that the Minister and HOD will be given an opportunity to make opening remarks. All entities, CEO and chairperson will have the opportunity to make opening remarks as well. Honorable members will then have the opportunity to interrogate the tabled reports by the department and its entities. What I really want to request from honorable members is that we are dealing with the 12 months that passed. So if we can really try and focus on the 12 months that pass, the issues that emanate, during this past couple of months, we can deal with them during our quarterly report when we engage the department, so that we can really move as fast as possible because we don't have finite times. So our session has been scheduled until 1 o'clock. The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. Translation services is available. The committee will deal with the department's annual report first, followed by CASIDRA, and then refreshments will take place at 10:30. The refreshments are available in the members' lounge. Comfort break may be taken at any time. Committee will deliberate on parts A, B, and D of the annual reports only, and SCOPA will deal with the rest. The minister and all present are invited to lunch directly after the meeting in the members' lunch. At the end of today's meeting, in addition to resolution, members are to highlight any concerns, specific findings, congratulatory remarks, or any other matter that they want to include in the committee's report. It may be best for members to keep a note of this as the meeting proceeds. What I just want to really emphasize on the members is that if there are really specific areas that you believe that the department or the entity is doing well, I'll really welcome us to really highlight those areas so that, we can encourage the department to continue doing it even better. Honorable members, in terms of time management, it is important to keep in mind that the committee has a finite time to review annual report. As a result, the committee must adhere to the allocated time and work within these constraints. If time allocation is not enough, and that there are still important burning questions and points requiring further clarification that were not answered or that were answered, members are welcome to formally address any outstanding queries in the committee's report. Important to note, honorable members, is that the committee has diligently examined the quarterly performance reports of the department and the entity, which is CASIDRA, for the period under review. So quarterly, the department came to us and provided us with their performances. These reports have already been subject to detailed briefings and written submission, and questions were answered on resolutions, and some of the resolutions are still to be executed. In light of this, today's engagement is expected to be concise and focused, only allowing the committee to address the key issues, findings, and areas requiring clarification. The committee has already given due consideration of the department and its entity performance over the period. So, in terms of the times, we are going to go straight to the Department of Agriculture, which has been allocated 2 hours, and CASIDRA has been allocated 1 hour, 45 minutes. If the committee does not use the full time allocated for the particular annual report, we will simply move on to the next and adhere to the time allocated. If the allocated time for a specific report is not enough, we will continue to adhere, like I said. Should there be remaining time after all the annual reports have been discussed, we can return to any report where the committee ran out of time. If all of the time has been utilized, then the outstanding matters will formally be included in the resolutions. Members are reminded to keep their questions concise and directly relevant to the matters under discussion. This will help the committee to manage time effectively and ensure that all members have the opportunity to engage meaningfully with the department and its entities. The department and entities are also reminded to keep their responses concise and focused. Where possible, responses should speak directly to the questions asked and avoid lengthy background explanations. This will help the committee to manage time effectively and ensure that members receive clear and relevant answers to support the committee's oversight work. The implication of not concluding the discussion, which I normally don't like to say it, within the allocated time is that an additional meeting will need to be scheduled, unfortunately. Given the limited available slots on the parliamentary program, this may only be possible after SCOPA meeting, unfortunately, later this evening. As members are already tired, I think they've been really interrogating many reports, so I don't think they will want to come back after SCOPA. Honorable members, with that said, I am going to give over to the Minister and HOD to give the opening remarks, and thereafter we will go directly to Part A and Part B of the reports, which are on page 8 to 140, and then we will deal with them up until, in terms of the time allocated, up until 10:30. Not up to 10:30, with Part D up till 10:30, and thereafter then we will obviously after we've dealt with the questions, then once we come back, we will deal with CASIDRA. With me, I almost forgotten, is Sharon Nikerk. She is our procedural officer, she's doing the most outstanding work. Over to you, Minister, in terms of the opening remarks and the HOD. Thank you.
Firstly, good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. Good morning to the other colleagues in the House, as well as members of the public. My HOD and the CFO and the senior managers, I would also like to welcome them here. In my opinion, they are extraordinary officials working around the clock, and I want to put my thanks and appreciation also for their hard work on the record. And today, the committee is in a position to judge through the annual report the work that they have done in the previous 12 months. I'd also like to express my thanks and appreciation to Dr. Keith du Plessis. And Chair, you have already mentioned that the chair of CASIDRA is on its way. As you know, CASIDRA has for the last 36 years received clean audits. Not a single government department or entity in South Africa has ever achieved a record of 36 clean audits. So I want this committee and the general public to note the extraordinary, excellent work that is being done by CASIDRA, and I'm deeply thankful. Also, for the record, I have met also with the CEO and the chair of CASIDRA about, I think, 10 days ago. I've also recently met with the Auditor General in terms of my statutory responsibilities. I've also met with the chairperson of the Audit Committee, and the HOD and the CFO was also present in those very important meetings. Also note, Chair, that you have specifically, without naming me, asked that this meeting be concise and focused. And therefore, I want to thank you, and I would also like to welcome members of the public that is in the House. That is how concise I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You have been brief and concise. Over to you, Honorable HOD.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll also be concise. 5 things that I want to raise. One, to thank the committee for giving us this opportunity to come and account. I think that's important. And we're here with a lot of excitement because we believe in the process. Number one, we spent 98% of our budget, had it not been the curveball that was thrown at us 3 days before the end of the financial year with the cash 300 million rands. And we met 98% of our targets for the year under review. We also continued with our commodity approach, which is a strategy for supporting farmers in the Western Cape. And of course, with that, we leveraged about 100 million of the private sector money to support agriculture. The third point, agriculture is trade, and therefore we remain concerned about the tariff regime, particularly of the USA. And of course, a number of studies have been undertaken by ourselves to look at what the impact is, but more importantly, what other opportunities exist elsewhere on the globe. This week, on Monday, we received the report from the BFAP, which I'll discuss with Minister, and obviously take it to Cabinet, and probably at the end, we'll then share it with the committee in terms of what we propose needs to happen going forward. Minister and I just returned from Spain, which was fruit attraction, a very important engagement there. And the South African pavilion was actually a place to be because a lot of deals are actually made there. And we can be proud in the Western Cape, really, that we've got a very committed commercial agriculture and committed industry. And I want to thank them for the work that they do. We continued again with the issues around disease surveillance. Important to note that, as everybody would know, that South Africa has foot and mouth disease in most provinces. I must say we don't have that in the Western Cape. So that tells you the quality of work that we do. We're keeping hard at it to ensure that it doesn't necessarily come our way. If you look in the report, you'll see that we condemned close to 5,000 tons of meat that was unsafe from the abattoirs. That also is a good story because then it guarantees the food safety for all of you, because I need to make sure that the meat that you consume is safe for consumption. With that said, I think the sector really was had a good year, because if you look at the export numbers of 2024, it's close to $14 billion, which has been growing in the past 5 years, and I think that's a positive one for the sector. And I want to leave it at that, Chair, and say we are here and indeed ready to engage with the committee and respond to all your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, HOD. Honorable members, I've just been alerted that there are 2 members of the public here present. Can they rise so that the House can see them? Members of the public that are present in the House, can you rise that the committee can see you? Thank you, thank you. And honorable members, I just also forget to note that we've got also an intern from Germany with Minister Ivan Meyer. Minister, do you mind just introducing her?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to ask her to introduce herself. She's a student in public administration from Baden-Württemberg, but I'm going to ask her to introduce herself. She is studying public administration at the university, where about 80 to 90% of those students are trained to become mayors in their province.
Wow.
Good morning. My name is Selina Ranzenberger. I'm the intern in Minister Meyer's office. And yeah, I think he introduced me quite well. So
Thank you very much, Minister, and you are all welcome to observe. And members of the public, if you want to make inputs, please indicate through our procedural officer so that we can note you at the end of the deliberation. Honorable members, the report is before you as tabled by the Minister and the HOD. We can interrogate Part A and B of the report. I see the hand of Honorable Bryant. Do we have any hands online? Honorable Pat Lecker, Honorable Constable, in that order.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and the HOD for that concise but effective introduction. Chair, the one thing that always stands out for me, and last year in particular, I was really taken aback by the stat, which is that the Western Cape accounts for 55% of the total agriculture.
Apologies. Can you please indicate the page?
Page 17.
Page 17.
I was going to get there.
Okay.
Okay. 55% of our total agricultural exports of the entire country. And Minister, you know, what I'd like to put to you is, what do you think some of the motivating reasons are behind that in terms of that huge disparity? What are we getting right here that other provinces aren't able to get right in terms of those exports? And how much of an impact has transport, in particular, the trucking systems and the port systems, had in terms of ensuring that those exports take place? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Pat Lecker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning once again. Am I audible, Chair?
You are audible. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the opening remarks by both the Minister and the HOD. Moreover, Chair, to yourself, let me welcome you 13 minutes introductory remarks. Hopefully, that will be taken note. It won't affect our time to engage with the report itself. My first question, Chair, is on I think it's the second sentence of paragraph 4 in page 11. The sentence that starts or that goes as follows, I quote, "Our support for the Lower Olifants River Water Users Association is a strategic move," and so on and so on. And my question there, Chair, which I would like maybe to get a response from the Minister, is that in addition to this kind of support, what other measures are in place to ensure that farmers do not redirect water from the channels to their private dams? But also, what measures are in place to investigate if such practices are taking place and to prevent such from occurring? And also on the same matter, can the MEC tell us whether farmers are paying for rates and tariffs, and if not, why not? Because I think these are private businesses involved in the business of selling food. The second one, Chair, which is also on page 11, is that having observed that in question 2 of 2025, the agricultural sector lost 24,000 jobs out of 906,000 jobs in the sector, of which this was a 2.6 decline. And the Western Cape province employs 20% of the agricultural workers in the country. With the 30% that is imposed by US and other trade deals hanging in the balance. And out of these observations, Chair, I would like to understand, is there a reason that these factors were not mentioned in the foreword of the minister? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pat Lecker. I just want to also welcome Honorable Thomas Walters, who is in the House, and the Chair of CASIDRA, Mr. Christo van der Riede. Welcome, sir. Over to you, Honorable Stoffel. Sorry, Honorable Constable. Apologies.
Second meeting you call me Stoffel. Not a problem. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, MEC, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, my 3 questions is based on page 11, page 14, 22, and 29. Basically the same. It's about the Fruit Look web portal. It is mentioned on those pages. So the 2020-2025 Provincial Strategic Plan highlights resource resilience, specifically climate change resilience and water security is a key focus area under vision-inspired priority 2, growth and jobs. So MEC, what measurable evidence exists that Fruit Look has led to improved water efficiency and crop productivity among participating farmers, particularly in water-scarce areas? 2, can the department provide details on the outcomes of the evaluation? What specific criteria was used in the evaluation study to recommend the commercialization of the Fruit Look project? 3, what risks are anticipated for farmers, especially small farmers, once the service is no longer subsidized by the department? What will the department's role be following the completion of the transition period in 2025-2026 in relation to the Fruit Look project? Will there be support, especially to smallholder farmers, or will support be withdrawn entirely? Thank you, Chair.
Because we are very passionate about agriculture, like Honourable Member Constable and Honourable Member Dave and Honourable Member Mr. Thomas Walters, I will try to be concise because like these 3 gentlemen in front here, they are very passionate about it, and passion has a time constraint today. So I will refer some of those questions to the department. They will be more brief than me. Honourable Member Dave, we have a plan in the previous term of office and in the current term of office. Market access is a key strategic priority. So it's not just something that happens by accident. So it is a deliberate intervention strategy. You have asked me what are the reasons we think are contributing to this. I want to put it to you today in this committee that was a historical situation. But first the context. South Africa is 1.3 million square kilometer in size. The Western Cape is 129,000 square kilometer in size. If your maths work out right, it's 10% of the country. Another story, 70 million people in South Africa, 7 million people in the Western Cape. If your maths are right, 10%. So the Western Cape is 10% of the population and 10% of the geographical size. And you reported that we have exported 55% of South Africa's primary agricultural exports. I'm happy to report to this House today that we upped the game. It's now 58%.
Sure.
When I signed an agreement with the Premier, I said my target is 60%. The question is, why does this happen and how does it happen? I first want to say I think we've got excellent farmers. Brilliant farmers, work hard, understand farming, and brilliant support networks. Then I think in the Western Cape, we have about 17,000 farmers, 10,000 small-scale farmers, subsistence farmers, and 7,000 commercial farmers. I looked at the, Mohale and I, during COVID was exposed to Stats SA, and Stats SA gave us a report, what that they did about the role of commercial agriculture in the Western Cape. Then, that was during COVID. At that time, it was 64.4 billion rand in revenue. Today, as we sit here, it's 102 billion rand in revenue. So I think we have got really farmers that are quite resilient, and that these are only figures for the Western Cape. I'm not talking about the rest of the country. So I think the Department of Agriculture here in the Western Cape also has a dedicated program to support all our farmers through farmer support, but also market access, very much support. And Honourable Member Constable had just referred to Fruit Look, but if I answered, we're going to sit here till tonight, so I leave it for the officials to answer that question. But that's one of the tools that we use, water resilience strategy. Also, the Western Cape is the biggest soft fruit industry south of the equator. Dr. Mohale just referred that the two of us just came back from Fruit Attraction in Madrid, the biggest fruit festival. Every country there exhibited their fruit except us. We exhibited deals. We didn't have products there. We had contracts. We know the world don't want to taste our products internationally in Spain. They know the quality of our products. They said, where can we sign the deals? So we hope that we can perhaps between 14 and 18 billion rand contract signed in Fruit Attraction in Madrid. But also, you ask me, why is this happening? Infrastructure. Every year, we budget 30 billion rand over 3 years in the MTF budget before this House for infrastructure. Next week, I'm having a global Western Cape Infrastructure Investment Summit. Many investors want to come, there's no more place. We only invited serious people to the deal book of 15 million and up. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange is moderating those particular investments. We are meaning serious business because our farmers are really world-class farmers, and that is the main reason why it is so. The support, but not only from us, from the banks, agri-workers play a specific role in this particular regard. So I think, but if you ask the HOD, he's going to speak until thy kingdom come. So I will stop there. But what it is translating, and Bongiswa reminded me, our Bongiswa Matoti, our director, my agricultural economist, she did the economic modeling. She said if you 5% increase in agriculture, it translates to 22,900 jobs. Now, if you give that economic modeling to any other economist, you will come to the same conclusion because they use economic modeling that any economist can verify the same information. So that's why we drive it, because it translates into growth. Then I want to be brief. Honorable Lekker, I'm going to leave that to the department. You asked the questions about the lower Olifants River, the M&E, the water, the increase and the effect of the job numbers, and how do we monitor that people are not naughty through the canal system. Honorable Member Constable asked about the Fruit Look, just for members of the House and those who are online watching and also on the YouTube channel. Fruit Look is a satellite technology that measure the moist in the soil on your farm and send a message to you to say there's enough moist in the soil, so you don't need to irrigate today, and that's why you save water. But the technology people can speak to that. So there was a question about that and the issue of small-scale farmers. So, Honourable Member Chair, I think I will leave to the HOD to be conciser than me.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you, HOD.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Chair. I'll be concise. With regards to the fruit look, we are happy to share the report with the committee because it was an external evaluation study. A scientific method were followed to get to the determination where we are. And of course, we are phasing it out. It was not an abrupt termination. But we are happy to come to the committee and share that report with the committee. And then this is similar to all our evaluations. Whenever we do an evaluation, we want to check what are the lessons that we can learn and how can we improve. We've done 45 evaluations in the department in the last 10 years. And each time an evaluation is done, we get to learn lessons and improve. And that also linked to the question that Honorable Bryant had asked. It's about these lessons and how to improve from these external evaluation studies. Honorable Lecker's question, I think, with regards to farmers that may possibly be naughty, I think there are quite a lot of structures on the ground to ensure that that doesn't happen. The Blue Scorpions is one of them. The Water Users Association themselves are also monitoring that. The irrigation boards are also ensuring that. And I'm not for one suggesting that there wouldn't be chance takers, but I'm saying there are enough mechanism to deter people from acting out of the law. And of course, if we are made aware of such an activity, we will definitely act with our counterpart at the Department of Water Affairs and Water and Sanitation, because that's really where the mandate is. Reference is made to the 24,000 jobs, if I had correctly, declining and so on and so forth, which is correct, but I must put on record that as the agricultural sector, not just the Western Cape, we are concerned about the way in which that SA collect its data, particularly for the rural communities. Because at times we are told that the jobs are declining, but if you look at the sector performance, it tells you something else. To the extent that last year, together with Agri-SA and AgBiz and BFF, these are big structures within the agricultural sector, we have embarked on a project to then work closely with Agri-SA, with Stats SA, to ensure that the data is reflective of the hard work that is taking place within agriculture. It's a project that we'll be happy to report to the committee together with Agri-SA as time progress, as to how we're making that progress going forward. Of course, the issue of tariffs would have a huge impact on the jobs in the Western Cape, but I must say that the tariff story came post the annual report. You'd recall that up to the 31st of March, it was just about, I'm going to impose tariffs. There was no tariff structure at the time. So the tariff arrangements came from April and so on and so forth. So in the next report, we should be able to see the extent to which the impact had been. But of course, the report that I referred to, which we just received the results of this Monday at your leisure, Chairperson and the members, we would be happy to come and share that report with you, because I think it will be telling as to what the feeling or the impact is. The headline is, we are told that there'll be major job losses as a result of the US tariffs, but the report doesn't seem to tell it that way. And these are science stuff that have gone into it. And we would hate to be sensational about it and rather use science. And that is a science that we're happy to share with the committee once it has gone to the provincial cabinet. Chair, thanks.
Thank you. Are you done, Minister, in terms of the questions?
Okay. No, then I think it's fine, Chair. I think just a last point in terms of last year, Honourable Member Dave, Brian, last year we have seen the biggest ever in the history of South Africa, not the Western Cape, because I want South Africa to succeed, not the Western Cape only. In the biggest single growth in exports that we have ever seen in the history of South Africa, agricultural products, reported by the chief economist of Agbus, Wandile, is 13.7 billion US dollars. And I think South Africa's farmers and the workers and the producers and the exporters are doing an extraordinary job. We have never seen such growth, and this is despite what has happened in the uprunning to the 20th of January. And what we're going to see, even with Trump's tariffs, we're going to see more exports because we are busy with the global strategy. And I will table in next month a report on the export strategy for the Western Cape Cabinet. I'm chairing a cabinet committee, and later I will take it to the cabinet. Once I table it, I will also happy to submit it to the committee. But we're going to see an explosion in our exports.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, just to reiterate, in terms of where we are busy with the opening remarks and part A and B of the report, which are from page 8 to 140. I see the hand of Honorable Pat Lecker. Are there any hands in the House? Honorable Brinkes and Honorable Waters. Over to you in that order. Over to you, Pat Lecker.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the responses to the questions, and hopefully the committee would make follow-ups in relation to the issue on Stats SA and the tariffs as well, as promised. Chair, my question is on page 12. That will be the first one on this round, which speaks to youth development. I want to check, Chairperson, as far as youth development is concerned, with the bursaries and the internships that has been awarded to them, what are the pathways for employment for interns in the department? Because I want to believe that the department has stakeholders that it has partnered with. So what are the chances that those young people would then be employed in ensuring that the what has been planted on them continues? It doesn't just die. But also, Chair, I want to check primarily as far as the transformation in the skills for rural people. What systems are there? Do we have a similar system for young people together with the placement mechanisms for those young people in the rural areas? Because I think the of the 178 youth that has been placed in work, there should be a tracking system. So can we get that, as well as the impact of training those young people? Then, Chair, moving further to page 14, on the accounting officer, it has been reported that over the last decade, the Western Cape has experienced an increase in the intensity and frequency of natural disasters. And I think my question would be in that regard, Chairperson, if you're looking at the challenges that people have experienced, I want to understand in terms of the climate adaptation measures that has been implemented, how these interventions are being coordinated with the Department of Agriculture and local municipalities to ensure the timely response and recovery support the affected farmers. Then can I still go on, Chair?
Last one, Honorable Lega.
Okay, thank you. Then on page 17, again, Chairperson, the accounting officer in paragraph 3 cited that the Western Cape accounted for 55% of South Africa's total agricultural export. As we've already heard again, I want to check in that, Chair, what specific trade promotion infrastructure or support programs are being implemented to protect jobs and ensure resilience in the Western Cape's agricultural export, particularly for producers affected by shifting global demand and trade barriers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pat Lecker. Honorable members, I'm not limiting in terms of questions because you are precise to, in terms of you are concise in terms of asking the questions. So I am going to allow that to continue. Honorable Minister, before I hand over to colleagues, I have got a question on page 107. Your indicators with regards to sub-program 6.1, production economics and marketing support. You noted in the report here that in terms of increased agricultural production in sustainable manner, which is obviously very important, insights in agriculture are very, very important. And studies you conducted, your target was 125, you achieved 190. And the reason for deviation is that a lot of changes took place in the economy. There were also changes in production techniques for some commodities. This therefore necessitated alignment of the enterprise budget. Maybe just the real question is, what are the type of studies that were conducted, that necessitated you to really ensure that there's such an increase in terms of activity in that particular space? If you can really share briefly in that regard. But if you don't have the report here, we shall really welcome to receive that report in writing. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, members in the House, in that order, Honorable Brinkes and Honorable Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is a general question in terms of the citrus industry. The citrus industry is quite a significant contributor to the Western Cape agricultural exports. In our last meeting with Casidra, the industry mentioned that now with the tariffs that have kicked in from the US, they are going to have to look to alternative markets to find a buyer for their products, for their citrus products. From the department, can we get any indication or update that how are they doing at the moment? Did they find an alternative market because the winter months has gone by now, and those citrus that have been harvested, what have they done with it? Did they find an alternative market? Did they find a buyer for it? Can we just get an update on the citrus industry? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkes. Over to you, Honorable Waters.
Chair, maybe just initial remark. There might be 10% of the population, 10% of the land mass, but far less than 10% of the agricultural natural resources in the country. I think it is remarkable what this department is doing. Chair, there's pages 30 to the top of pages 33 refers to biological controls, veterinary services. Also, there's also a link, I believe, a link with the abattoir infrastructure that's been referred to in the document there. Now, given the virtual collapse of the ARC institutions like UNRWA, put the incapacity that they have in terms of providing biological controls, there, and given the plans, the opportunities that you're identifying in the game industry, it requires a tremendous amount of, well, I can actually extend it to the department, the National Water Department as well. There's a coordination required with national departments there, because if we get it right, it's again a success story. If we get it wrong, it has huge implications as well. It's one of those critical issues that I think is quite urgent. Now, the language of an annual report, by the very nature of an annual report, tends to note this in context of an annual report. It doesn't necessarily, by the way it flows, highlight urgency. And I wanted to ask, to what extent is the department confident that the Western Cape has that under control? Because we're not in control of, call it the national departments here. There's a tremendous amount of cross-governmental work that's required, or intergovernmental work that's required there. And is there an argument perhaps there also for some forms of devolution in terms of water infrastructure, in terms of veterinary services? I would love to hear the opinion there, and how you envisage your efforts to leverage that potential weakness into a potential strength, where that stands, how you envisage that operating, let's say, or unfolding over the next 5 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Waters. Just to maybe augment his question, we know that COFSIS, University of the Free State, is going to have the veterinary, courses offered at that university. Is there any consideration of maybe Minister motivating for the chances of really having veterinary services studies in the Western Cape, either through Stellenbosch or any of the university that the minister deem fit to be able to execute that? I think I'm asking this question because, to Honorable Waters' point, is that, once you start building that infrastructure, you also have to have, the academic, the institution, that support that kind of infrastructure of the OBP and the ARC capacity. Because if you see also the location of the ARC and OBP is located next to Tekis, which obviously supply in terms of the students, that are able to really use the facility to train. Thanks. Over to you, Minister and HOD.
Thank you very much to honourable members for the question. Honourable Member Petlecker, thank you for that question. The HOD will respond to that. Honourable Member Brinker raises a very important issue as it relates to citrus. And why is this important? This is significantly important because South Africa is the second biggest exporter of citrus fruit in the world after Spain. And so, and I know a year or two ago, there was also a drought in Spain. So we will keep pushing on, and to give also personal support to the citrus industry. On the 12th and the 13th of March this year, both Dr. Mogale and myself, and you can even see on the cover of our annual report, this is what the citrus industry want to see, that Parliament take their industry very serious. And the two of us went to Gerberga. And when we attended on the 12th and the 13th of March this year, the citrus summit that was held, there were global players talking about citrus globally, also from the trend, the markets, the movements, the seasonality, the production areas, the export areas, and forecasting. So we listened to them very closely, and there was also the CEO of Transnet, Advocate Michelle Phillips, because he made certain commitments also, and those commitments have been realized, and I'm very proud of her for the work that she has done in the Transnet industry. So the moral of the story is the biggest citrus production area and exporters are from Limpopo. The second biggest on the Sondagsrivier, as you know, in the Eastern Cape, and we are the third biggest producer of citrus. So citrus for us is very important and very significant. And Dr. Mogale will further elaborate on it. There's also an economic modeling that we have seen in terms of the planting of citrus, the growth areas, and the future growth for the up to the, I think, 2035. So we have seen those economic modeling, but he can perhaps elaborate more. There is an issue of black spot. There is an issue of false codling moth. That's why we have given them money for the citrus industry locally, about R1 million in the area of Citrus Dal. But also the colleagues will be able to tell you that there are some discrepancies in terms of the science. And that's why I'm so happy that we have a new person that is also here in the house here, that we appointed and dealing specifically with the plant health. And we are very happy that she has joined us earlier. And for us, this is an important industry. We have also seen that there's also tariffs that will impact. And I have personally made contact with the chairman of the Citrus Growers Association, Mr. Gerard van der Merwe, and he's the chairman of the citrus industry. He himself informed me that they have a company registered in the US that imports citrus. So there are also certain ways also to get these products into the market, but the HOD will elaborate perhaps more. I think Honorable Member Thomas Walters speaks about the ARC, the Agricultural Research Council. He spoke about veterinary services, he spoke about devolution, and he also wanted to know about water resilience strategy and things like that. I'm going to be brief. I think, yes, there is room and space for devolution. But before you go to devolution, you have to understand Section 5 of the Constitution. Section 5 of the Constitution says veterinary services is an exclusive provincial legislative competence. In other words, this legislature here, as we said, we are the legislators. We can table a provincial veterinary law, but you can't just make a law. You must do research to influence the policy. The policy must influence the research. That task I have delegated to, and Mogale can perhaps give us an update, because I have requested that he now start formally a process of drafting a law, a provincial veterinary law. I have already received cabinet in principle approval. I can't just come here. I must first approach the cabinet, I must give the rationale, I must get legal services. That I've all done. So it's now over to the administration to start the process of drafting our own law to take care of some of those issues that you have raised. But Honorable Member Thomas raised the issue of urgency. When foot and mouth disease happened in Humansdorp on the border of the Western Cape from the Eastern Cape, the two of us were on site with the state vets, and I personally and him, we sprayed every truck to prevent the foot and mouth disease to enter the Western Cape. So we didn't sit here, we injected urgency. But not only us, I got the police involved, I got traffic services involved, I got the local vets involved, I got the local rural safety units involved. We stopped the trucks, the traffic was there. Minister Isaac Seleko, I want to thank him, he was there, and we did what we needed to do. So there is urgency when foot and mouth disease, because the milk farmers, the dairy farmers called me and they said, if that thing come in George's area, and I think Honorable Member Dirk Wessels is here, he knows the impact of what will happen if foot and mouth disease should hit the Southern Cape. It will be devastating for this industry. Also, so that matter is urgency. Well, I'm not going to speak out about the Agricultural Research Council, except to say I'm no longer wait for things. I am moving with things, and that's why we have also signed an agreement with Commodity Organization to commission certain research, because I think we have seen over the last 20 years what has happened with the ARC, and I think my comment is we can do better. So veterinary services, it is on there. And lastly, Honorable Member Thomas asked me about the water resilience. I'm happy to report, Chair, that yesterday the Cabinet approved a water resilience strategy. That strategy will be launched tomorrow, and I hope some of the members can be there. Minister Briel and the Premier, there will be a story there, and I think I know that your committee and Honourable Member Dave Bryan's committee can perhaps invite the department to present the water resilience strategy. So for us, that is important. So, Chair, I try to be brief, but as I said, person overruns your time clock.
Over to you, HOD. Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Minister covered most of the questions. I want to refer the question from Honorable Pat Lecker to Paul Rockman in terms of the youth development and particularly the pathway for those people and whether there's any tracking mechanism that is in place. The second question you asked, it's about the climate change. It's real. In fact, there's no time to even speculate about it. It's a fact. We've seen it in the Western Cape, but also if you drive through the province, you'll see that farmers are implementing measures to mitigate, to farm in a way that climate change does not affect our yields. 2 years ago, we had what we call Municipal Agricultural Summit, whereupon we shared our measures with all the municipality. And Minister and I have agreed, I think in 2027, post the elections, we will again have such a Municipal Agriculture Summit to make sure that we compare notes, because agriculture takes place in the municipal ground. It doesn't take place anywhere else. And for us, that's important that we work together to mitigate climate-proof agriculture broadly in the Western Cape. The third question about what protection do we have to support against job losses. I think we would need science to arrive at such a decision, but also we would need resources to arrive at such a decision. In fact, in the report that I received on Monday, there is a hint to this angle. I just want to unpack it properly and understand what it means, because we need to then know which farmers are affected, at what rate, and what support can we give. We've done similar support to farmers in the previous years, and I think if there's a solid argument, which the report seems to argue strongly, ours is to follow science and implement what science is guiding us to do. After all, agriculture is science. The question that Honorable Chair asked with regards to P614 on page 107, I want Bongiso Matuti to respond to that. The question that Honorable Brenke has raised about the citrus, whether there were alternative markets, I want Bongiso to also respond to that. Suffice to say that our citrus industry, it's one of the most strategic industry. I don't think you will find any industry as strategic as citrus. They don't sit back and wait for things. They go all over the world with our support to do what is necessary to sell their products. So we will probably, if the report is not here, but I think at the later stage, we would be able to provide such support. With respect to Honorable Walter's question, I think Minister had asked, I just got a WhatsApp here now with my CFO. We have appointed a service provider minister. And I think within a week or so, we'll have a roadmap, which we can share with the committee with your approval, Minister, as to what steps are going to follow towards that creation of the vet services law in the Western Cape. And I think for me, it's exciting stuff because many of our problems really hinge on the fact that we rely on the national government for some of these things. So with your permission, I want to ask Paul to respond to the youth, and Bongiswa to respond to the direct question, Honorable Chair, you have asked.
Thank you, HOD. What I just really want to ask is that maybe when you indicate that you're prepared to share, maybe just also provide timelines, because we make resolutions and obviously we've got timelines with regards to what we need to cover in the period that we are given to serve. Over to you, is it Mr. Rockman? Will you also explain which area you are overseeing? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. Paul Rockman, Chief Director, Operational Support Services. The internship program is primarily focused on exposing our youth so that they gain skills and knowledge, and that eventually get taken up in the economy. So a few concise points to make. Number one, there is definitely a rural bias. 70% of our intake and placement is in the rural areas. Number two, for every one male intern, there are 2 female interns. Number three, from our tracking system, 60% of our interns get permanent jobs in the sector. And that is also because we have 150 MOUs with all of what we call host employers. And so these interns are in the sector at farms, at commercial farms, at organizations. And of course, that is bearing fruit in terms of them eventually getting permanent positions. Then finally, Chairperson, in terms of our tracking system, yes, we have a measure in place, forwarding addresses with email addresses and contact numbers, because we are very interested in the future of our youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and to the honourable member on the question around trade promotion infrastructure. First of all, I would like to highlight that before we can actually even talk exports, our department places a lot actually of emphasis, in making sure that we support our farmers to comply with the requirements that actually the importing countries actually want them to comply with. And that is actually between our program, Agricultural Economic Services, and the vets. A huge amount of work actually works on that. And those are actually making sure that, it's actually to make sure that our producers comply with both public and private standards, because we've got a lot actually of private standards actually that our producers are required actually to comply with. I recall a study that we actually once did that our producers are actually required to comply with about 168 standards that we're actually checking in terms of count, that is actually including both public and private. But there is also a huge emphasis that we're placing actually on export promotion. Chair, as I'm speaking, we've got a delegation that is currently in Canada, taking our producers there, on one actually of the export promotion, platforms. I actually have got our officials in Ghana with some actually of the producers actually as we speak. We just recently came from fruit attraction actually with the minister actually and the HOD. That was actually to make sure that we are actually there in support actually of our fruit sector, to be able to showcase their products. In fact, not actually the products, in actually for them to have a meeting platform, because we've gone through a stage actually of showcasing the products actually with regards to the fruit industry. But we actually have to make sure that they've got a business place where they can actually be able to negotiate deals. We are actually also having, some of the upcoming export promotion activities that we're actually going to be doing in countries like China. That is actually Food and Hotel China, that is actually Pro Wine China. So there is actually quite a number of those, and also working in collaboration with the Department of Trade and Industry and also with Westgrow locally. So there is actually a lot of those that we're actually busy doing. Chair, there was actually also a question from you on economic studies. The last I recall, this province actually had about 96 commodities and products that it is actually responsible for. So our department actually has to make sure that as there are agricultural changes, and that we actually evaluate and actually make sure that we actually still check whether the economics are actually still, in place, and especially putting emphasis on developing the norms actually for the industry. So there is actually quite a number, Chair. We will actually give you a list actually of what we have, and as we indicated, it's about 190 something that we have. So we will provide that list, Chair. There was actually also a question around citrus, whether they've actually received alternative markets actually or not. If I can actually add on that, Chair, there's been a lot of developments and a lot of hard work that our national government is actually placing and actually on ensuring that we actually are getting alternative markets. There's been recent developments. I think last week there was actually an announcement, that we've actually managed actually to get some protocols, actually for our stone fruit. There are negotiations actually at very high level in some actually of our, countries like, or let me say ASEAN countries. There are negotiations very much actually at advanced stages, which also include citrus in markets like the Philippines. So there is a lot actually taking place, but we're actually, watching that and also supplying, or supporting actually those departments with some actually intelligence, like the US study that actually the HOD was actually mentioning. It is actually the work as no one else actually is doing that type of intelligence, but we are actually doing it to make sure that we actually are supporting our sector, in that regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you really very much. Honorable members, I do note that Honorable Constable's hand is up. And I see Honorable Petlecker. Is it a legacy hand?
It's for a follow-up, Chairperson.
Is it a follow-up? So, honorable members, we're going to do this last round of follow-ups, but I don't want to restrict you. If you want to stay in Part B and Part A, but I would ask us to also proceed to Part D as well at the same time so that we don't run out of time. Honorable Constable and Honorable Petlecker thereafter. Is there any other hand? No. Over to you, Honorable Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my questions is based on page 14, 49, and 65 in relation with land use management, because I know that is a critical compartment of what the department is doing. Of the 727 applications assessed, how many were supported, opposed, or conditionally supported? Second question, Chair. Given the pressure from urban expansion near growth nodes like your Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Paarl, George, what proactive strategies does the department have in place to safeguard valuable agricultural land adjacent to these urban zones? Last question, Chair, on this. What challenges remain in ensuring consistent decision-making between municipalities, the Western Cape Department of Local Government, and the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning and national government, especially where development pressures like housing and economic needs conflict with agricultural preservation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Petlecker.
Thank you, Chairperson. My follow-up, Chairperson, on the infrastructure response. Yes, we're told that there is support given. Can we get details as to what exactly is this form of support? Then the second one, Chair, is on the response on the interns. We're told that 60% of the interns get permanent jobs. So I want to understand what then happens to the rest of the interns. Do they get missing in action, or what happens thereof? Then, Chairperson, again, I still have a few questions on Part A, and then I'll go to Part B as per your direction. On page 22, on the overview, that it remains a challenge to address widespread socio-economic needs of the rural and agri-worker communities. Can the MEC explain what targeted intervention or support programs the department has in place to protect rural livelihoods, safeguard jobs, and build resilience among agri-workers and small-scale farmers in the face of this growing related climate risk? Then on page 28, 4.3, program expenditure. The MEC mentioned the challenges of few natural disasters and how they have impacted the province. Why has the CASP grant so significantly underspent, and what steps are being taken to ensure disaster relief funds are received and spent timeously in future? Then page 34, Chairperson, on supply chain management, that is 4.9. While the department reports that no unsolicited bids were concluded during the year under review and that its accounting officer system is aligned with the latest supply chain, can the minister indicate how these staffing constraints are affecting the department's ability to ensure efficient, compliant, and transparent procurement processes? And what measures are being taken to strengthen SCM capacity under current fiscal restriction? Then lastly, on part A, on organizational structure, there's 3 acting directors. And I think we have noticed a pattern that is a failure to fill vacancies and appoint people in senior vacancies. And what is the cause of this, if we may get clarity? Maybe I'll wait for another round for part B, Chairperson, just to get some responses before. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pat Lecker. I must just also indicate that there was a question that was partly covered during the opening address by HOD that relates to CASP, CAPSA. And I understand, not that I understand, but Honorable Pat Lecker is not with us in the committee, but that matter has been exhausted even in the quarterly report. And even now the HOD did make a remark with regards to that 300 million that was obviously, allocated to the department just at the end of the financial year, and hence is reflected in the report. I think it was a day before the financial year. But over to you, Minister, to address the question by honorable members.
Thank you to the honorable members for these questions. I think the issue of the interns will be taken care of. I had recently, in fact, about a week ago, addressed all the interns from the Department of Agriculture as well as the CASIDRA. And I have a really good vibe about the quality of the people and the investment that this government is making on them. In fact, I wanted to address them instead. They took over the whole show. They demonstrated to me the capacity. They were the program director. They dictated the program, and we were just spectators there, and then had to respond to them. So the quality of the work, and I want to thank Mr. Paul Rockman for the work, as well as from CASIDRA, because Mr. Neft was also there, really outstanding, top quality interns. I'm very proud of them. And I have no doubt that they will make a definitely impact into in the agricultural sector. There was references to Part B, page 22, in terms of the overview, the socio-economic needs. The HOD will respond to that in terms of what are we doing for rural people, because CASIDRA's main purpose is to look in the socio-economic needs and have targeted interventions for rural communities, so perhaps they can also respond to that. We also have a chief director responsible for rural development, whose main task is to look at what are we doing to deal with the rural poverty in the rural areas, and they can also respond to that. The department will respond to the issue of natural disasters that was raised. There's a specific situation that happened last year, but the HOD and the CFO can respond to that. And then also over to the HOD in terms of the organogram and the vacancies, but there has been some latest developments in this regard. HOD.
Over to you, HOD. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister, and thanks, Honorable Chair. The question from Honorable Constable that relates to land use, I want to give it to Asia Peterson, who deals with that every day. She will give you a sufficient feedback on what the issues are. The question on that is raised by Honorable Pat Letker on the 60% of the interns that are ultimately absorbed, I think we must commend that as a good progress. Because, and why is that possible? It's possible because these young people are hosted by host employers, and because of the skills that get to be developed and mentorship and so on and so forth, they then get absorbed. As to the 40%, of course, some of them choose to look for other careers of choice and stuff like that. But 60%, in our view, it's something to be celebrated, because you don't find a system like that in South Africa, that you start with 10 and then you get 6 succeeding to the next level. So would we want 100%? Definitely yes. But we're dealing with human beings, and lifestyle changes, and people make choices, and we must respect that. But 60% success, in our view, is something that we think is to be commended, particularly to those farmers who making their farms available to support the young people. With respect to the support to protect rural livelihoods and the socioeconomic challenges, I want to ask Jackie Pandaram just to talk briefly about the support we give to agri workers across the province. And by the way, we are the only province in South Africa that has got a dedicated program for agri workers. And we'll be celebrating them in 2 days' time, Oscars of the agri workers. But we also provide food gardens across the province to vulnerable and food insecure people. We provide training, both vocational and short-term courses across our offices, because we also have 47 offices across the province. So we are that accessible to our citizens. And the question on the cash that was not spent, it's all because that money came to us 3 days before the end of the financial year. And we then conferred with my minister and the CFO, and we thought it was a wise decision to not do things that will not be correct. And then we immediately asked for an expedited rollover. That money had since come through, and it's been deployed as we speak to support those farmers. The SCM question I'll give to my CFO, and the organizational chart, I want to say that the challenge with us is that being a science department, it's not all the time that you advertise and you get the right candidate. The chief director for research, technology and development services, it took us 7 rounds of advertisement without a candidate. And we were very happy that Dr. Fries accepted our offer about a month or so ago. She's now in the house. So this will be updated going into the new year. Also, Mr. Michael Brankes has also joined the team as the Chief Director of Agricultural Producer Support and Development. We do everything in our power to fill these positions, because we are a small department in terms of the number of people on the ground. So it is in our interest that when a post becomes vacant, it is filled, and we do everything we can to pursue that. So, but this chart will obviously be different next year because of the new faces that have joined. And I'm really looking forward to work with these great people as we take agriculture forward in the Western Cape. Over to the CFO, and then after CFO, then Asia Peterson.
Thank you, Ashodi.
Thank you, Chair Milton. And honourable members, just very briefly. So in our supply chain at 31 March, we had 3 vacancies that were funded. Since then, we have filled 1 and 2 are in process. It's a level 5 and a level 9. So in terms of the ensuring that we still comply, we do obviously look at that we maintain the segregation of duties that is required and make sure we shift resources where necessary. But I can report that there's been no instances where we've defaulted. I think the team is a strong team, and we've managed successfully to conclude all our transactions within the legal frameworks. So we are excited to continue filling those 2 posts, and I think then we will be 100% sorted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Over to Asia.
Good morning, Chair. With regards to the question around land use, the first point that I would like to make is that the department is a commenting authority, so we're not a decision-making authority. But what we do do as proactive engagements, we fully participate in the development of the municipal's special development frameworks in which we establish urban edges, which development cannot take place beyond that space. And that is determined based on socioeconomic development for that particular municipality. At the same time, the province, we also have a spatial development framework, and in that area, spatial nodes are identified, economic zones are identified, and that is how we proactively provide our inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD and Minister. Honorable members, you have got an opportunity to do further follow-ups. Like I said,
Honorable Chair, Jackie Pandaram, just on the agri workers, please.
Oh, I forgot. Apologies.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. So as the Chief Directorate responsible for rural development, we do have a sub-program that is focused on farm worker development. And at a community level, we also work very closely with the community development workers. Some of our own programs and initiatives include, for example, things like our labor rights and responsibility training, substance abuse training, healthcare training, even financial literacy training. And then we also roll out annually information and awareness sessions, which is aimed at just promoting entrepreneurship and skills development in the rural areas. And then we have the agri-worker competition on an annual basis. And this competition is an empowerment and an upliftment initiative. Some of the other initiatives is focused at women empowerment and youth development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Is it done? Okay. Thank you. Honorable members, can I see hands for follow-up? Honorable Brinkhays. Honorable Petlecker, are you, is it a legacy hand or is?
It is a legacy hand, but I would like to ask questions on Part B at a later stage, Chair.
Okay. Yeah. So like I said, honorable members, we can proceed with Part B and D. We are left with 1 hour now to conclude our deliberation on this report. If there are burning questions in Part D, please proceed to ask questions in those sections. Minister, before I hand over to colleagues, I have got a question. It's page 37. So in terms of your vision, you say that a vision is to be a united, responsive, and prosperous agricultural sector in balance with nature. And what I heard was to be a leader in export market of agricultural goods. So, but the question that I have got is, what is a balance with nature? What does a balance in nature look like? You know, what are you really hoping to achieve in that regard? The next question will be on program 7 with regards to agricultural education and training. I did supplement my question to Honorable Waters, but I see you did not really answer it. But I'm going to ask that question, and I will also, ask the question that I have got here with regards to agricultural education and training. There was this talk of really taking the colleges out of the province into national, I think through Department of Higher Education and Training. I just want to know if that engagement resulted in obviously, retaining the colleges in the provinces, or have they gone now national? The second one on obviously, veterinary services. I have asked with regards to what we have seen in Free State, that University of Free State has now really gone out to start their veterinary school. Is there a consideration by the department, obviously, as Honorable Waters indicated, the challenges that we have at national level, is there an appetite to have something like this in the Western Cape using one of the universities and so forth from your side? That's from my side, and the hand was Honorable Brinkhays and Honorable Constable and Honorable Pat Lecker as well. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, yes, to the department again. All over Cape Town, we have a lot of dumping sites where people dump refuse, and it's become quite a challenge to the city of Cape Town as well as the Western Cape. And the department is running a program where we convert these dumping sites into food gardens and vegetable gardens. I would just like to get some indication or a sense of how well is this program run and how many people has come forward in indicating that they have these dumping sites in their areas, and how many of these sites has been converted into food gardens. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkhays. Is there any page in terms of reference?
Chair, that's a general question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I must compliment Honorable Pat Lecker, doing very well in terms of making sure that there are references to pages, so it doesn't make the minister and the official, struggle to answer the questions. I hope you will be able to address the question of Honorable Brinkhays. Honorable Constable, over to you.
Chair, my questions are based on page 21 and page 31 with regards to agri-processing. MEC HOD, what measurable outcomes has the agri-processing on wheels initiative achieved in terms of new agri-businesses supported and jobs created? Given the limited financial products for startups, how is the department engaging with financial institutions to unlock access to finance for these startups? Last question, can the department elaborate on its plans for the localization of agri-processing under the agriculture and agri-processing master plan? And how are these linked to youth and women empowerment for it all? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister and HOD.
Thank you very much to these questions and the references on the pages. I will cover some of the questions and the HOD will respond to others. The question that you posed, Chair, is what does this vision mean? So I have to unpack it with your permission, since you have asked the question. Obviously, I want a united agricultural sector, not a divided agricultural sector, but I believe in liberal democracy. Liberal democracy allows you to have different opinions, but ultimately, we want to see a united, prosperous agricultural sector. But what is also next to the word says, not only united, but also responsive. Now, if you look at the bottom of the page, you see the definition of what responsiveness means. It says we will serve the needs of our citizens and employees. So that concept of responsiveness is fundamental to the value proposition of this government. So responding to the needs of citizens. Also, we don't do, for example, any research in agriculture. We only do research that is initiated by farmers. We don't sit here and do research of what we think is happening. We are responsive to the needs of the agricultural sector. And we've done many such also independent evaluations. So that is what the responsiveness means. Also, we want a prosperous agricultural sector. I've given you an indication of what is the value of agriculture from a commercial agriculture, 102 billion rand revenue. So we want agriculture to be run as a proper business. That's why my second priority is, my first priority, agricultural support. My second priority is business support. I want to see that people run a business, make money. And that is why I'm here. And that's what I will continue to do in the agricultural sector. And I think we achieve it not only on ourselves, but definitely, as the HOD said, PC, with partnership and collaboration. But also, we must do this in balance with nature. When you speak about agriculture, you fundamentally speak about three things. You speak about soil, you speak about water, and you speak about climate. And so for us, these things are important to get that balance with nature. And so, for example, we are in Elsenburg, there's a course that look at soil sciences. Tomorrow we will launch the water resilience strategy. My department has also been instrumental in signing a global Mediterranean climate action partnership with the 13 regions on 6 continents. Very important work in terms of climate change. So what we want to do is to balance it in nature. And so 2 years ago, we had a conference with Landbouwweekblad on conservation agriculture and with other industries and role players and global players in terms of see the movement, because people speak about initially chemical agriculture, then they speak about biological agriculture, and then eventually to organic agriculture. But that is a transition. And I know the chairperson has done a master's degree in sustainable agriculture from the University of the Free State. So he listened very carefully that I speak the correct stuff that he was taught. Since I have read his work, so I have to reply in the space of his research. Also for us, it's important.
To reply in a sustainable way, Minister.
Yes, that is it. It's sustainable agriculture. When you work with the soil and the water and the climate, you are halfway there, as Isaac Peterson has taught me so well, in terms of sustainable resource use management. Also, Chair, you ask about the training colleges, the Agricultural Training College of Elsenburg. The chief director is here and the head of the college. But I want to put on record my deep thanks and appreciation to the HOD and to Daryl Jacobs and all the people at the college. The national department wanted to take this college, and I'm on record, public record, that I was not going to allow this over my dead body. I've even asked the parents of the students. This college will never go to the national government. It belongs to the citizens of the Western Cape, and I'm here to protect it. And we have skillfully, diplomatically, strategically, and legally managed to make sure that this college stays within the Western Cape. And we signed an agreement with the University of Stellenbosch so that some of the higher degree programs and the so-called HET programs goes to the University of Stellenbosch. So we have been strategic to maintain it, because I wanted to keep it here, and I asked the cabinet for in principle approval to have this particular stance, which the cabinet did give me. And I must say the department executed it brilliantly, and it will remain a property of the farmers here in the Western Cape, because this is the oldest agricultural training college on the African continent, dating back from 1898. And those who know history, Mr. Thomas Balters will know, the 1 year after the opening of this college, it was the start of the Anglo-Boer War, 1899. The college stood. 1902, the college stood, the end of the Anglo-Boer War. Mr. Thomas knows his history. 1914, the First World War. He knows his history. The college still stands. He knows his history because his father taught him history. 1918, the end of the First World War, but also more dramatic. 1918, the Spanish flu. 50 million people died in the world. The college stands. 1939, the beginning of the Second World War. The college stands. 1945, the end of the Second World War. The college stands. The rest is history. But for us, the college is sound. And your other questions about the training, I'm happy if the HOD can perhaps refer that question to the head of the college. But there was a question of Honourable Member Brinkers, and I'm very happy he did that, because I think this is part of sustainable livelihoods, is that we must clean up our areas where we live. You can't live next to a dumping site. But I'm so proud of Natasha Johannes, a resident of Mitchell's Plain. She was living next to a dumping site, having colon cancer. The doctor told her she will live only for 5 months. A woman of that level of illness took it up on herself to approach the city of Cape Town and say, I cannot live next to a dumping site. I want to take ownership. Together with the councillor, together with them, she closed that site, cleaned the site together with the department, Jerry Aris and his team, worked. And now today, it is a garden of hope and organic agriculture. She eat from that garden. She distribute the fruit. That's how you build society. We don't want to make Mitchell's Plain great again. We want to make humanity great again. And she's a champion of making humanity great again. So we like your idea that we move around. Obviously, I always ask, who's the local councillor? A councillor must lead. He's elected to lead. And so that process we will then support. So I'm very happy, but the colleagues can further answer it. When any councillor come to me and say, Minister, we need a vegetable garden, my response is, let's target a dumping site. Clean it and have a vegetable garden. There are people in St. Helena Bay, Stomnius Bay. They have a garden. They produce now the vegetables to the local spa. That is inspirational. That is what make humanity great again in the West Coast. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you, HOD.
Chair, I'll be very brief. Just refer to Granville Standard just to talk about the college issues, and Minister responded to the dumping side stuff. We always want to support people on such pieces of land because it's again humanity and dignity. We provide that support, and Bongiso will respond to Honorable Constable's questions on agri-processing. Let's start in that order, Bongiswa, and then Granville.
Honorable Chair, through you, and thanks to the honorable member for the questions around agri-processing. With regards actually to the reporting year, honorable member, we've actually assisted about 40 businesses actually on agri-processing. And those actually are the businesses that actually comes to us actually with nothing and perhaps maybe the idea. Then we actually help them with product development. We actually help them with product improvement. We actually help them actually with compliance, and we even train some of them actually on some actually of the new potential products that they can actually develop. And if I can mention, with regards actually to the training and actually awareness, we've actually trained about 266 people, during this reporting year that we're actually, talking about actually now today. And indeed, the interventions within agri-processing are aligned actually with one actually of the pillars of the WAMP, which is actually localization, as you've actually mentioned. However, we acknowledge the fact that we cannot actually localize actually everything. There is actually a room for imports, but we are actually working tirelessly actually to make sure that whatever that we produce, within actually the province, we are actually making sure that we are trying actually to value add, on it. You've also asked actually a question around our links with the financial institutions. Honorable Member, we are actually very much aligned with and working together with our financial institutions. There are various workshops that we actually get, to hold actually in the various communities where we actually get to invite the financial institutions to come and share their products. We are also having, our own government, incentives that we actually get to support our, our startups and even established businesses actually to access those opportunities. If I can mention your agri-BE, your CASP, and some actually of the incentives that are actually sitting within the DTIC, and IDC. But there is also, a lot of work, together with the financial institutions where they get to help us actually give us information in putting together a booklet that our departments actually gets to consolidate all the products actually from the private institutions, together. That book is called Sources of Finance, and we actually get to share it, in all actually our platforms and actually even the workshops that we actually get to hold, and it's also accessible actually on our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the principal.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps just to say that the college, of course, remains a very key strategic asset to the province. We, at the moment, 137 students acquired a B Agriculture degree and diploma program as well. And of course, 53 students received national certificates in plant and animal production. That's besides the 3,095 participants across the Western Cape, young people, youth who were able to obtain benefits of our short skills programs. I'm not sure if I covered the question adequately around skills and the college. Thank you.
Chair, your question that way seems Minister and I don't want to reflect on it is because we have not discussed it. But maybe allow us to discuss. We'll come back to the committee after having gone to cabinet, because it's a matter that we need to discuss, and our cabinet must approve it. Then we'll come to the committee. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD. I asked that question and I linked it with the vision because, balance with nature, and I thought the minister will get there. But anyway, thank you very much. I see the hand of Honorable Pat Lecker. Honorable members, I must just indicate that we are left now with 37 minutes. So you are welcome, as I've indicated, to also tackle Part D. And Part B and A, if there are outstanding matters that you deem necessary to deal with. Honorable Pat Legger, and I see Honorable Waters' hand is up. Is that all? Honorable Brinkes. In that order, Honorable Pat Legger.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, on page 50, under service delivery environment, the department reports that through the food security sub-program, it supported so much household and so much smallholder farms and 126 subsistence producers. I want to get an understanding in terms of how the department is monitoring the long-term sustainability and impact of these food gardens. It's a nice discussion that we've just heard from the minister, but I want to understand that and whether any of the supported smallholders have transitioned into commercial or market-linked production as a result of the intervention. But also, Chair, I think we've heard even in the health department that stunting is a huge problem in the country that needs to be addressed. Can we get the Department of Agricultural's highlights and its role on in the nourishing to flourish the mobilization strategies and participation in the child well-being through its food programs? And also, Chair, can the department, in terms of the interrelations between health, education, and social development, do or ensure that food security and nutrition for children under 5 is sustained beyond the food world day activities? Then, Chair, on page 51, again under service delivery, can we, on a paragraph that talks to consumer food inflation, I want to understand or get an explanation on how agricultural economic services program is responding to the challenges, and particularly in safeguarding food price stability, farmer sustainability, and market access, and whether the 190 updated enterprise budgets have informed any new support or risk mitigation strategies for Western Cape producers. Maybe last one for this round would be on page 66 to 77 on ongoing challenges in recruiting and retaining staff, Chair. In both these changes, there's a reference to challenges in recruiting staff, and this is not an isolated matter. How is the department dealing with staff recruitment and retention thereof? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Petleger. Over to you, Honorable Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, myself and Honorable Minister Meyer previously had a discussion around a situation unfolding in Stellenbosch municipality, a beetle insect that is eating away our trees, and especially there in the Stellenbosch municipality is becoming an alarming problem. And if I can just get some update on the developments of that situation unfolding in the Stellenbosch municipality around this beetle insect eating away our trees. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkhuis. Over to you, Honorable Waters.
Chair, I'm tempted to comment on the beetle as somebody who grew up in Stellenbosch and the beetle problem there, but yes, it needs to be dealt with. Chair, to some extent, Member Lekker covered my question. I wanted to ask, but maybe we want something slightly different out of the answer. I wanted to know how food gardens are being monitored, not just numerically, but also continuously in terms of their longevity. In the Gauteng legislature, I happened to sit on the equivalent committee, and when we ask these questions, somebody is desperately trying to disrupt me from asking my question. Chair, so it varied from people really taking food gardens to heart and the department handing out seed packets there. Now, I would like to think the Western Cape is different to Gauteng in that regard. So how are food gardens being monitored, and also how is it monitored over time, not just annually, but the same food gardens monitored, say, over a couple of years? Then, Chair, in terms...
my sincere apologies. I think we have to go and address the matter with regards to this. Yeah, you can proceed.
I hope the procedural officer is going to deal with it gently, because she looked quite angry when she went out. It's a Chair. Then part of food security is also. I don't think it's synonymous with food gardens. That's part of the picture. It's actually the cost of food for the poor as well, and a number of factors drive, particularly in informal settlements, poor areas drive the cost of food up. That's beyond just market forces. It's often access to distribution networks of food outlets. Often food that gets distributed is already bought at marked up commercial prices and then sold for even more expensively. So a lot has to do with also understanding distribution networks, wholesaling, access to well, frankly, where the best price is for outlets in a township economy, for example. And I just wanted to get an indication to what extent the department is engaging, well, academically it's called business at the base of the pyramid. To what extent is that part of that thinking part of the food security program as well? So you can hear that I come originally out of an urban setting. So, but those are my questions, and I hope I want to get a feel for it. To what extent the department is thinking that way.
Honorable Pat Lecker and Honorable Thomas, I'm going to sustain these questions. However, I must just indicate to you that as permanent members of this committee, we have dealt quite extensively with the issues of food security. We are also going to be conducting oversight on some of the programs. And I think Casidra will also, extensively talk to what they are doing in that regard. But I will hand over to the minister to really substantiate in terms of what they are doing there. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm very happy about these two specific questions. One question actually deals with the whole issue of food security, but also about nutrition. And I note these questions, but the HOD can also comment on that because we have done a study in the Brede Valley River from Nourish to Flourish. So there are some data and evidence from that study. We have also commissioned a study to look into the independent evaluation of food gardens, so the data and the research and the HOD can respond to that. This matter is so serious that it's one of my 4 ministerial priorities. But this government also take it very seriously, as Honourable Member Pat Lecker has also indicated. This government has also now appointed a interministerial committee on food security, and this committee is chaired by the Minister of Health and Wellness, because this is a health and wellness matter. And as he rightly pointed out, there is collaboration with the various other departments, economic development, tourism, agriculture, social development, and health. So this is a very serious interministerial committee to look at the issues of food security, but the HOD will further respond to that. I know that the Honourable Member Brimcase did speak to me about the issue of the beetle. It's called the polysodal borer. This is a beetle that has really potential to create big damage to our trees, not only in Stellenbosch, but also our fruit trees. We have seen a presentation from Hotgrow, from the city's fruit industry that commented about this. And we welcome anybody that can also assist and help government with research and even strengthen our thinking about how to deal with this polysodal borer. I know that the city, not the city, because Stellenbosch is not yet a city, Honourable Member Constable, but the municipality of Stellenbosch has now issued a circular to various residents in Stellenbosch to say, if you are seeing any of these beetles doing this damage to the tree, please don't cut it off yourself and transport it, because you may actually transfer the disease to other trees. They must call the municipality, and the municipality has put in a process of removing these trees without transferring this disease. So that is in process. But I know there are people with some better scientific views than myself on the polysodal borer beetle. And this is a matter that I think warrants urgent attention, and anybody with advice and that can link us to some research or other advice or other people that have significantly contributed in dealing with this beetle. I will welcome it, but I now hand over to the HOD to respond to some of these issues that Honourable Member Walters raised about the M&E, the research, the food and vegetable gardens, but not only, as he said, the quantity, but also over time. How is it monitored? But he will respond to that.
Thanks, Chair. Honourable Walters, we visit these projects on a monthly basis to provide extension and advisory services to these farmers. And periodically, we conduct evaluations to determine the impact over time. In fact, to date, we've done 3 such evaluations, externally checked, scientists come and assess it. And I think the last iteration demonstrated about 60% success rate, if not 62% success rate. So for us, that's important. Because we must also be humble enough to accept that not everybody will succeed. There are those who fail, and we must allow them to fail graciously. But if you have 62% success rate of your food gardens, that's a big one, because you compare that with the World Bank studies on agricultural businesses, which is about 19%. So 62% versus 19%, it tells you there's something right we are doing. And it's probably because of the partnership with commodity organizations, but other civil society structures to help us. But we also seek to understand food security from a food systems perspective, because it's important to understand that whole chain and determine the extent to which we are able to then intervene and at what level. But also to accept that food security is not food production. I'm at pain explaining this point in South Africa all the time, because if food production was food security, we would be food secure, because we've got access to so much food. In fact, we are a net exporter. It's really about the issue of understanding it from the food systems perspective, but also dealing with what we're working on the growth for jobs, that people must get jobs, because once you have a job, you've got a choice to either produce your own food or you buy food for your own household. In terms of Honorable Pat Lecker's question, the challenges with the recruitment of staff, that's because of the nature of the business. We are a science department, and we believe in competence as a value. And obviously, it's not everybody that can do research. For instance, I referred to how much time it took us to appoint a chief researcher at the department. It does take time. As to what we're doing to ensure staff retention, I think this department is really the best department to work for, even if I say so myself. Because on the 14th of November, which is in 2 weeks' time, we've got a day called the Wellbeing Day, and it's been happening for the last 6 years. So when nobody comes to work, we just come and do what we like, looking after the wellness of staff. And I think that's very, very important. So that's what we're doing. But we've just introduced what we call the next generation Bolt, where we want to build our own timber, so that when people retire and then young people are trained to then take over the positions. The other question about the gardens, I think, relates to what Member Walters have raised, and we have responded to it. We are indeed part of the Nourish to Flourish. In fact, we were the founding member of the Nourish to Flourish. We understand very well the issues around stunting, but the other side of the coin is obesity, which can't be ignored, because we've got stunting on one end and we've got obesity on the other. And it's really about issues of educating people, creating awareness of what you eat and how you eat and so on and so forth. I, for one, am not qualified to give a lecture on what to eat and not to eat. But obesity is a big issue against stunting on the other side. So that's really what we are dealing with. And we are part of what we call the EHEX portfolio of the Western Cape government, which is educated, healthy, and caring society. And within that, child nutrition is a responsibility of all of us, part of that EHEX, that's Department of Social Development, Health and Wellness, Education, and ourselves. So we pull these resources together to see how we are able to then support the communities. There were lots of lessons when we started with the Nourish to Flourish, what we call the learning journeys, where you get to the community and then you start asking them questions, because many times government tend to impose solutions to communities. But what we learned is that you come in, you listen with empathy, and you want to understand the issues and work together with the community to address the particular problem. I want to ask Bongiswa to respond on the consumer food price inflation, which is on page 51.
Thank you, Chair, and to the honourable member. I must actually mention that part actually of the work we do is to inform policy decision making. Through the analysis we do, we can actually also inform, the department actually as to the extent of how many food gardens or how they should actually be involved actually in the food garden interventions to make sure that they actually mitigate, the food prices, especially, at a grassroots level. And again, also, to inform policy as to actually to be able to support farmers adequately and so to produce food adequately, as actually also as to mitigate food prices. With regards to the question around actually enterprise budget, we largely also, develop actually tools for planning and actually also to inform investment decision. So no farmer can actually really, make those decisions without actually referring or using actually, the enterprise budgets, because those are actually the norms that they must actually, make use of. And again, on market linkages, farming is a business, and farmers, they get actually to farm so that they can maximize profits. And how they maximize profits is only if their produce gets, into the market, or it actually get access to markets. And hence we're actually doing the work we're doing under marketing, services to make sure that we provide them actually with the necessary support so that that produce does indeed actually get into the market. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister HOD, for remaining concise, brief, to the point. I see a hand of Honorable Pat Lecker. Before I hand over to Pat Lecker, I actually like the concept of food security from a food system point of view. And obviously, issues of animal health and one health is one area that Minister and HOD didn't touch. Maybe, if you can really brief us with regards to what efforts are there really to ensure that, we get this balance as well in terms of really ensuring that One Health is taken care of in the work that you are doing from animal diseases point of view, and obviously the plant pest and so forth. Over to you, Honorable Pat Lecker.
No, thank you, Chair, for the intervention that you have made right now, because I was going to make a follow-up on it, but let me pass, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to ask a question on the organizational environment, which is on page 67. Because we have already been told that this is a science department, and I want to ensure that we understand, as members, or perhaps myself, okay, because I'm not a member of this committee, what is being done in ensuring that the department attains the equity target. So what is being done to improve equity in technical or scientific staff, or posts rather, because to say we're a scientific department, I think for me is not suffice. but more especially what is being done. Then on sub-program 3.3, number of school food gardens supported and production items. Due to the high demand of additional funds that were made available from the department and partners, therefore targets were overachieved. Are there plans to extend this program, and where else that would be done, if there are any? Then on page 99, Chairperson, if you understand Xhosa, I would want to say ndifuna ukhabela ezibhaleni.
Abela.
On page 99, Chair, sub-program 5.2, technology transfer services. The target was also not achieved as 2 senior researchers left the department due to ill health and retirement, respectively. The capacity to publish was therefore hampered. The exact number is furthermore difficult to predict due to the process involved in scientific. And I think this is a human resource matter. In terms of the filling of vacancies, what are the plans in ensuring that this happens? Page 140, the capital investment. Can I go on?
Proceed and wrap, Honorable Member. Thanks.
148.1, the department does not currently adhere to its own maintenance schedule for immovable assets and infrastructure, and remains dependent on the Department of Infrastructure for maintenance support. With the report, noting that the maintenance backlog exceeds available funding and capacity, can the MEC explain how this situation is affecting service delivery and what steps are being taken to secure adequate funding to improve the internal capacity and ensure timely maintenance of departmental infrastructure going forward? I'm done with part B, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, I am going to indicate again, really emphasize it again, that we are left with only 12 minutes with regards to this particular report. So part D, if you haven't really covered, we will have an opportunity to bring those issues during the resolution, and then we can deal with the clarity-seeking questions during our resolutions. I'm going to give Minister and HOD to respond to the questions, and thereafter then we're gonna ask them to give a closing remarks, and then we will then go for break. So Minister, with the 11 minutes left, please go ahead.
Good Chair. I really like Honourable Lekkers. He knows I love her. But I will make a recommendation to the committee afterwards. That is self-explanatory. Yes, I think Honourable Member Pat Lekker raises a very important matter that this government is taking very seriously. She referred to the whole issue and yourself to the issue of One Health. For us, this is important because One Health deals with animal health. We've seen what has happened in terms of the biosecurity, the animal diseases that has broken out earlier this year and even last year. We are seriously concerned about the animal health, and that's why we take it very seriously, especially Dr. Jin and his team and Dr. Majar that's present here in terms of animal health gets a lot of attention. That's why we have made an excellent investment into our laboratory in Stellenbosch, dealing with the whole issue of animal health, and the regular studies confirm that we need actually to note that many of these diseases in the country is on the increase. It poses a serious risk, and that's why we are doing everything possible to deal with the issues of animal health. And I want to thank the team of animal health and our vets for doing outstanding work with limited resources. The second area dealing with One Health is plant health, and this is for us very important, and that's why we are so happy that we were able to appoint a new chief director in specifically dealing with plant health matters. But as we sit here, as Dr. Mogale has indicated, we are consuming meat, and he must make sure that those meat are also safe for humans and other food. You've seen in the report the situation that is currently also happening across the country about the state of abattoirs, and also some of the owners of abattoirs not wanting to comply with some of the prescripts and the requirements. In fact, there's also one person wanting to open an abattoir against our regulations. Now, if that happens, and if I give permission for that abattoir to continue and somebody die, I will have to appear before an ad hoc committee there by Makonasi, and I will be in deep trouble if somebody die. And that's why our vets and Dr. Mogale are very strict in the application of the rules governing abattoirs. So that deals with a lot of human health, and every person in this room that is eating meat must know that that meat has been certified as proper meat by our health, this government. So we must make sure that the meat and stuff is of a top quality. Also in terms of the stuff that is being exported. So it's not only animal health, plant health and human health. Honorable Member Dave Bryant is also focusing on environmental health, because we must look at the nature. Conservation agriculture also deals with environmental health. So this for us is fundamental, very important. We had a presentation yesterday also in the cabinet from the Department of Health, and I must say the Department of Health together with us, we are working very closely on this whole issue of One Health, because I have seen some vets organization in Durbanville. They invited me to a meeting, and in that meeting they had a seminar about these topics, also in animal health, and they did show us some shocking developments in terms of animal health globally, in terms of zoonotic diseases. Sometimes start with the poultry into animals and then into human beings, transmitting the disease. We have seen a lady from the US made a presentation virtually, and she showed us photos of what happened if we don't take One Health seriously. If you are suffering from zoonotic diseases, you are in serious trouble. But I think the industry must acknowledge when she in the US reported zoonotic disease, she was fired. They didn't want her to let people know that some people get zoonotic disease. So we cannot be in an industry where we say ethics and morality, and then we hide the impact of zoonotic diseases. So One Health is something that we are taking very seriously in this province. The other questions I think that was asked by my honorable dear Pet Lekker, I will hand over to my dear HOD.
HOD, over to you. You're left with 6 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. I'll do less than 3 minutes. The One Health is responded to by Minister. The UN talks about the 4 betters, and I think it links sharply to One Health for agriculture. The one better is the better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. And that's what we are subscribing to as agriculture globally, towards the One Health approach. The question on whether we want to expand the food gardens, definitely yes. The limiting factor, though, is resources. If we had more money, we would obviously do much more than we have achieved here. But the limiting factor is always the budget. With respect to the performance under Technology Research and Development Services 5.2, I mean, we couldn't plan the ill health of that official. And therefore, because we are a caring government, we couldn't say you stay here until you finish your publication. So, but it's just one, and obviously somebody has taken over, and I think it will be published in the coming year. The question around assets and equity at the department, I want to leave to Mr. Paul Rockman in 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, HOD. Chairperson, let me start with the question on the equity. I refer to other part of the report around 3.5, where it gives a full proportions of the numbers relating to equity, and in particular around the professional qualified and experienced specialist. Yes, around females, we are at about 45%. However, on skilled, technical, and academically qualified staffers, the female proportion is quite heartening at 55%. Let me just add the following points. That, of course, this is a target that we strive to achieve all the time. Given a particular year, it fluctuates depending on persons exiting the employ and persons that we recruit. So it's just a forever striving target. But let me say the following: with every opportunity, with every skills development opportunity, capacity building opportunity, we are carefully looking at who are the candidates that get that exposure, who are the candidates that are afforded that opportunity, and of course, equity is one of the main criterions that guide every decision around that. Let me go to the maintenance. Yes, there are those challenges, and to the extent that we rely on DOI to solve most of our problems, we've also now mitigated that. To say, yes, let's just dissect that space a little bit. DOI for major works, and we know that that has a particular time lag that doesn't always satisfy our needs. But we've said for minor works, we're going to build our internal capacity at the department. And so we've employed artisans. We're upskilling our current staff to be electricians, plumbers, general handymen. And so we're saying we can solve most of our own maintenance problems. And certainly going forward, we will see some successes around that. What we've also done is to say, yes, we've introduced a vendor system so that from Department of Agriculture side, we have a little bit more control of our current existence and our future by saying lots of the maintenance, lots of the minor works, we can dictate the timelines around that and get the job done. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Rockman, and thank you, HOD and Minister. This is now an opportunity for members of the public who wants to make remarks or pose question. Are there any? Going once, going twice? No question. Over to you, Minister. And sorry. Yes, Honorable Lekker.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I would not be doing justice if I do not address your concluding remarks. You mentioned we don't have time and therefore some of the questions will be attended to during our recommendations. If I remember quite clearly, this session starts from 8 until 12. And what I'm about to say, I'm not saying it with impunity, but the book on Casidra is quite thin and we can do that within an hour. Number two, Chair, we've always had sessions where, because there's more questions to be asked, we can even ask the department to come at a later stage in the same day to continue with our oversight responsibility. And therefore, Chairperson, your concluding remarks were out of order. You needed to engage with us before you decide and make conclusions. At least I'm speaking here not as an alternate, but as a member with full rights, replacing Member Nkondlo. I wish what you have just done and said will not be done again. It's new in this administration to hear such a thing. such statements are not going down very well because they are wrong. And in fact, more than being wrong, they are too dictative. Thank you.
Honorable Pat Lecker, when we opened this meeting, I did put to you as members, and there was no objection in terms of how we are going to run this meeting. And we agreed to how the meeting is going to proceed. And the meeting has proceeded in accordance to what we agreed to. When I discussed the meeting plan, I was addressing honorable members, and there was no objection. So I have just followed the plans, and I see Honorable Waters' hand is up.
Chairperson, the rules of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament are very clear. The chairperson determines the order of meeting. You did indicate it in the beginning of the meeting. And Chair, this is what happens if you have the best department in the country in front of you and you have nothing else to say.
Honorable Waters, thank you very much. Over to you, HOD and the Minister, to make your closing remark. This matter is closed. Thank you, Honorable Pat Lecker.
Honourable Chair, firstly, I want to thank the committee for the frank questions. There's clear that some of these questions require some written responses, and you've requested some timeframes for it. The HOD will certainly make sure that that happens, but thank you for this opportunity. We find it fruitful because when you say you have a value of accountability, that is what it means, even if some of the questions are how can I put it diplomatically? You know what I mean? You read my mind. All those things are helpful for building a culture of resilience and a culture of ethics and morality in the administration, because we are here to practice good governance, and we are thankful for this opportunity. I want to thank also my department for the hard work that they have done. This is the best run Department of Agriculture, as Honourable Member Thomas has mentioned, but this requires a lot of hard work, little budget. We have the least staff, the least budget, but they have delivered exceptionally well and received a clean audit. I thank you, Chair.
HOD, closing remarks.
It's risky to speak after my boss. Thank you so much to you, Chair, and the members. I want to reiterate the commitment of myself and the team to make lives better for the citizens of the Western Cape through the power of agriculture. We've done that in the past year. We want to continue to do that to support the agenda of the Western Cape government of lifting many people out of poverty and creating jobs. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD, and thank you, Minister. If it wasn't for Honorable Pat Lecker, we would have been on time. So we are 4 minutes late, and we must convene.
Out of order, Chairperson. That is out of
At
order. Don't say I wasted the time, because that's what you're saying in essence.
Honorable
No.
Lecker,
You don't say I wasted the time.
Honorable
I was doing
Lecker, you are not
overtime.
recognized.
I was
Honorable
doing
Lecker, you are
overtime.
not recognized.
You don't come with that nonsense. That's nonsensical.
Honorable Leger, you are out of order. I'm going to ask the IT to mute you. Honorable members, I was just indicating that we must be back here at 10:45. Sorry? Is it 11? It's 10:45. Okay. According to the procedural officer, it's at 11. So please go have a nice coffee. And Casidra, you are welcome to the hot seat when we convene again. The Department of Agriculture officials, those that want to leave, you are welcome to leave. But I know that you've got SCOPA later. And yeah, if you want to join us, you are welcome to join us. Lunch is yours. Thank you. Honorable members, it is now 11 o'clock. We are going to start with Casidra. I am going to give Minister, the chairperson of the board and the CEO to give an opening remark, and thereafter then we can focus on the deliberation on Casidra's annual report tabling. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the committee. I'm particularly proud to table the annual report for 2024-2025 on behalf of Casidra as the executing authority and the main shareholder of the Western Cape government. But there are some responsibilities that I have, and one of those responsibilities is that I must regularly meet at the AGM of Casidra. I have complied with that responsibility. I also meet on a regular basis with the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Keith du Plessis, as well as with the Chair of the Board to discuss matters indicating the risks in various matters. That meeting has taken place last week, also with the Chair of the Board, and I am therefore thankful for the work that they have done, and I want to put it on record. There's not a single government department in the history of South Africa that has ever received 36 clean audits, and I'm very proud of this organization and the work that they have done, and I am very proud for the work that the chair has done since he took over as the chair of the board of Casidra. Also exciting stuff that has happened in the last year under the leadership of the Chief Executive Officer, really managing this organization extremely well. My heart is burning and paining when I look at what is happening at other national public entities, when I can see what value Casidra can add to assisting other people with corporate good governance in the work that Casidra is doing. And some of the board members are also present here today. And I want to also put my thanks and appreciation for the work that they are doing, but exceptional staff, excellent service, and I'm proud to present the report to this standing committee.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. It's really an honor and pleasure to be present here today. I'm with the Deputy Chair, Ms. Crystal Abdul, who's also a chartered accountant and who plays a critical role in terms of oversight, governance, when it comes to finances, and is also a of great assistance within the board. As a board, our primary objective is to ensure that we execute our fiduciary responsibility to the best of our ability, and to provide guidance and to provide the necessary support to Dr. Keith du Plessis, the CEO. I see a number of other executive management staff here present, and I also want to thank them for the role that they play. In particular, Minister Ivan Meyer, together with the CEO of the HOD of the Department of Agriculture, we really owe a great deal of appreciation also for their guidance and assistance. A big question that people often ask is, what is Casidra? What is the purpose of Casidra? Perhaps just to elaborate on that, Casidra stands for Cape Agency for Sustainable Integrated Development in Rural Areas. Now, the extent to our presence in rural areas, that is well known, but as you all know, we've seen urbanization taking place, and we've also shifted our focus to urban areas. So somewhere along the way, we will have to fit in development in rural and urban areas. And I'm not sure to what extent that will change the abbreviation Casidra, but be it as it may, our work is to advance agricultural and economic development and improve the quality of life of rural communities, primarily within the Western Cape province. As a provincial government business enterprise, we are listed as a Schedule 3D public entity under the PFMA. And our core function, I want to emphasize this, our core function is to act as an implementing agent and project management service provider for development initiatives. So as a board, we put huge emphasis on CACIDRA being a leading project management service provider, and in addition to that, to measure the impact of all the projects that we deliver. So our key functions and missions, it's first and foremost project management. So we render project management services for government development projects. Our clients include the Western Cape government departments, local authorities, businesses, NGOs, and community-based organizations. Our second focus is on agricultural and economic development. So our mandate that we derive from the Department of Agriculture is to promote agricultural and economic development, particularly within the context that I have mentioned. So the work that we do focus on procuring agricultural production inputs and infrastructure like irrigation and sheds. All of these things help our developing farmers to produce food and to produce so sustainably. Next focus, rural upliftment. We obviously focus on an integrated rural development approach through community-driven endeavors that facilitate economic empowerment and sustainability. Then obviously we provide land reform support. We support land reform beneficiaries and emerging farmers. We also host a number of units which support farmers in that regard. In short, CACIDRA works to establish thriving and self-sustainable rural and to a certain extent nowadays urban communities by expertly managing and executing development projects on behalf of our provincial government and other partners, with a huge emphasis on project management execution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, HOD and CO. HOD, do you have opening remarks?
Nothing, Chair, except to say thanks to CACIDRA for the great work that they provide to the Western Cape agriculture. In fact, we are different to other provinces in South Africa because of the input of CACIDRA, and I want to congratulate them for the great work they do.
Thank you, HOD. Over to you, CO.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, HOD, Chair, and Minister, honourable members of the committee, public, and my colleagues. It's my privilege to present CACIDRA's 24-25 annual report on behalf of our board and executive management team. Despite the pressures of a constrained economic environment this year, it was marked by progress, resilience, and measurable impact. In partnership with the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, CACIDRA implemented over 7,400 community and household food security projects, exceeding our targets and improving livelihoods across the province, especially within rural areas, but as my chair has mentioned, also within urban centres. We maintained sound financial management amid fiscal pressures, ensuring that resources were directed toward project delivery, rural infrastructure and farmer support. Spending patterns continued to align with our developmental mandate while maintaining strict cost control and compliance. We also faced several challenges, including capacity shortages, procurement delays, adverse weather, for example, and all these have then guided our focus on skills development, efficiency improvements, as well as process automation. In alignment with the growth for job strategy and the ministerial priorities, CACIDRA reviewed and refined its program portfolio to strengthen focus on food security, agricultural support, business development, and market access to align with the minister's priorities. Looking forward, our priorities include advancing climate-smart agriculture, introducing digital monitoring platforms, establishing enterprise hubs for rural entrepreneurs, as well as deepening public-private partnerships to unlock new markets. Although Casidra received an unqualified audit opinion, we had findings, and not wanting to compromise on the standards set in terms of our governance, we are implementing corrective actions to strengthen financial and supply chain controls as we work towards again achieving a clean audit. Chairperson, I wish to thank Executive Authority, Minister Ivan Meyer, and the Department of Agriculture under the leadership of HOD, our board, and then also our staff for their leadership and commitment. To our partners and beneficiaries, thank you for their continued trust and support and collaboration. Then, Chairperson, I also, maybe in the absence of our CFO, Freek van Zyl, is currently on leave ahead of retirement. I wish to express our appreciation to him for 32 years of service and commitment to Casidra, during which the organization consistently achieved unqualified and clean audits. And in the meantime, we have an interim CFO, Mrs. Ida Basaynout, and she was appointed to ensure continuity in terms of financial oversight and reporting. And I think the transition is going well, and she assisted us through the audit. So everything are going well without disruptions. And then obviously we will remain committed to building a resilient and inclusive rural economy for the people of the Western Cape. So thank you for this opportunity, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister, Chairperson of the Board, HOD, CEO, and thank you really very much for the work that you are doing. Honorable members, I've just been notified that the Minister has to leave because there's some pressing matters that he's just received now. He needs to attend to them, but he will be online following the discussions. Honorable members, we have got the report before us, tabled. So in terms of guidance, we shall now move to obviously deliberation around the opening remarks. Plus, we will also cover pages 3 to 28. And then, honorable members, just to make sure that we are understanding each other well going forward, is that we have got the times that we have been allocated to, and we must just try to work within this time, that there is no misunderstanding. So I am going to allow 3 questions per member, and then obviously allow a follow-up, and then we will move in that order. Can I see a show of hands in the House? Honorable Bryant, Honorable Constable, is that all? Honorable Brinkcase. Online, Honorable Lecker, is that a legacy hands? Because I have seen that hand since I came back from tea.
I removed that hand and raised it again when you're asking for hands.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Lecker. Over to you, members, in that order. Honorable Bryant, Honorable Constable, and Honorable Brinkcase, and Honorable Pat Lecker.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you again for the presentations and introductions. I've got 3 questions. The first one is on page 20. In terms of the public relations, marketing, and communications campaigns, 22 outreach events, it's noted, were attended. Can you just expand a little bit more in terms of what these were, and just so we can understand what Casidra is involved in when it comes to these events? I don't need a long specific list, but just a general idea. The second question is on page 23. I see there has been an underachievement there in terms of the number of farmers receiving training. Can you just explain a little bit as to why there were fewer smallholder farmers accessing those training opportunities? It's quite a significant under achievement 218. So if we can just answer that. And then the other one, the last one, is in terms of page 26. The third row, the value of disaster funding assistance to farmers per instruction. That deviation, I understand that it is related to the funding being provided late, but just in terms of the spend going forward, is that funding now lost? Will that be rolled over? Because obviously we wouldn't want to lose the opportunity to invest in disaster funding. And I suppose tabbed onto that, I know I previously asked this question in another one of the meetings, but how is the balance being achieved between the work being undertaken by local government and disaster risk management teams and the work of Casidra? Is it an integrated process, or do you have your own systems in place that you run? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Constable.
Chair, ek het so 'n klein probleempie, maar iemand net so 'n bietjie sommer my wees my rekenaar op een of ander manier wil hy so lekker werkie.
Hy wil nie werk nie.
Hy wil nie werk nie, but thanks for the book, so I now started to work out on the book.
Okay.
So no,
I thought you wanted some time to.
No problem. I will do this.
Okay.
Chair, on page 6, just to the chairman. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Paragraph 5 and 6. You mention about complex challenges and decisions that you have to make, difficult decisions. Can you maybe elaborate on that, just to give us an understanding? What kind of difficult decisions are you talking about? And as a board, how did you deal with it, with that kind of decisions? Is it a collective kind of work environment, or just explain to us a little bit more on that? And then to the CEO, Dr. Du Plessis, you said you're looking forward. We have identified several new areas of strategic focus, and then you mentioned it: climate smart agriculture initiatives. Please elaborate on that. Give us just an insight on what is there a process, is there a program, and what is the time frames for the strategic focus areas, and how do you see you getting there? What is the time frames with regards to that? And then, Chair, on page 13, the two farms you mentioned in the report, Whitekraal Farm as well as Amalinstein. And then there's ongoing challenges. Specifically, you make mention of theft and vandalism. Now, this is issues or challenges that all small farmers, specifically in the rural areas, face. How do you deal with it? What is the mitigating factors that you then put into place to assist and to help those farms? I know you are contracted by the department to manage these farms up to 2013. Also, give us just an insight on progress made, and where are you when it gets to 2030? Are you ready to hand over? And what is it that you're going to hand over to whoever you're handing it over? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. Honorable Brinkhates.
Very much, Chair. Thank you very much for Casidra for the many years of great service that they've rendered to the Western Cape citizens. Chair, my question is also in the same context that Honorable Constable have asked with regard to this. On page 13, these two farms that has been contracted by the Western Cape Department to Casidra, that is the Whitekraal and the Amalinstein farms. My first question is that these two farms, the Whitekraal and Amalinstein, how big are they in size? That is my first question. And my second question is, regarding securing funding for the implementation of turnaround strategy on those farms. In terms of funding, have they secured funding? Have Casidra secured funding for those 2 farms? And where did the funding come from? Is it private funding or is it government funding? Those 2 questions from my side for now, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Petlecker.
My question is on page 13 on situational analysis. Point of reference is the ongoing challenges. What steps are being taken to address the urgent maintenance needs of aging infrastructure, such as the main office's thatch roof and the old wine cellar building, and how the department and Casidra are responding to the ongoing challenges of theft, vandalism, which continue to affect operations, more so linked to what Member Brengase has asked. And again, under the CASP and ILIMA Litsima project, how the department through the Litsima project is strengthening farmer support system to help smallholders to achieve commercial viability, and whether there are any measurable outcomes or successes stories showing farmers who have successfully progressed from grant-supported operations to sustainable market-linked. Sub-program 2.2, page 24, given the ongoing decline in funding available to Casidra for farm infrastructure projects, noting that many agricultural projects are multi-year in nature due to seasonal and implementation factors, how the department is ensuring that available funds are used more efficiently to complete projects within the planned timelines, and what measures have been introduced to prioritize and manage multi-year agricultural and infrastructure projects. Lastly, page 27, sub-program 4.1, what corrective actions are in place for the missed targets? That is on 4.1, new business opportunities, because there was a planned target for 2024, which was 4, and only 1 was actually achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Just to also base my question on page 13 with regards to Amelian Stein. I really want to say we welcome the support that we have received from the company called, is it Lactiles, in terms of the corporate social investment. I think that's a good move. And also you indicate that this is an indication of the private sector having confidence in the work of Casidra. So just a question from my side. You have received, the farm received 3.3 million rands. How sustainable is this, funding, going forward? Because I assume this is a once-off. Is there arrangements that, you will have this ongoing to sustain this farm, going forward? Thanks. Over to you, Chairperson and CEO.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask that the first 3 questions be dealt with by the CEO, and then I will deal with the questions that were directly posed at me. CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. And the questions around the farms, I will ask my colleague David Neft, the Chief Program Officer, to respond to the farms. Then maybe just to start with Honourable Brian's questions on the type of events that we do. Those would be things like where we have stakeholder engagement events, where we maybe partner with people like Old Mutual to have events where we invite stakeholders, or where we are invited to, for example, be present at an event for municipality where we showcase what we do and what we offer. We had an event with LinkedIn, for example, with Radio KC, which is a local radio station. So there's a lot of these types of events that we partner with the private sector, and then also things like your NAMPU and those type of events where there's more structured events where we attend and showcase Casidra. So that would be that, and then the underachievement in terms of farmers being trained, that one is that is one of our indicators that is actually dependent on the department coming to us to say they want a particular type of training to intervention to happen. So we've changed this particular indicator for this coming year so that it's less dependent on whether the department actually come to us. So we would rather measure percentages. So instead of saying we are measuring the number of attendees, we are now measuring the number of the type of support that we render to the department to deliver a particular event or training intervention. So that is also, that was, I think, guidance from our ARC to say rather move away from hard numbers to actual percentages, which will make it easier to and within our own control. Then in terms of page 26, the funding lost for the work, the funding is not being lost. So simply because Casidra, the type of accounting that we have is not similar to your normal government departments. So we are allowed to spend funds over multiple years because we are that type of entity, and I think that is partly, I think the success of Casidra when you compare us to other entities across the country, because we are allowed to spend over multiple years. And this year, I think rightly so, the HOD rolled over those funds that was received 3 days before a year end. And of those 300 million, 153 million has already been transferred to Casidra. So we've already started to implement some of those projects. So this year that number would be much higher. Then, Honourable Constable, in terms of the timeframes and examples for the activities, I'm just gonna on the page 7 quickly. So in terms of, for example, digital platforms for project monitoring and reporting, so we're already starting to engage. We are moving internally into a system which we call Sage Intact, where we have an internal bespoke system called the Casper system, which is a project management system. But that system never spoke to our financial system. So internally, we are trying to integrate systems to make sure that we don't have double entering, and so our systems we are integrating internally to make sure that there's ease of entering information, but also ease of being when we get audited, that it's easier for auditors to track and trace particular transactions. Then we are looking at the support for. We've got an empty building next door, so we are partnering with the University of Stellenbosch, for example, to assist us in doing rural training for suppliers, and also for our. We've already done some training with the department, with the university, to train our extension officers. So there's a lot of work that is already actually ongoing. So we've got a number of climate smart agriculture. We're already implementing a number of projects for small farmers when it comes to setting up of solar systems on their premises to get them off the grid and less dependent on Eskom. So there's a number of these initiatives, and we can provide you with some of that information afterwards. Then, in terms of the farms, I think David will speak to that. I think most of the other questions were related to the farms. Let me just see, Honorable Lekker had also a question on the farms, and I'm going to leave that to David. Then David, maybe if you can deal with the farms chairperson through you, and then
Good morning, chairperson and members. Thank you for the questions on the farms. So I am quite involved with all the processes related to the Amalienstein and Baaikraal farms, and I notice there's quite a few questions around that. So let me just then go to that questions. In terms of Honourable Constable, in terms of Baaikraal and Amalienstein, ongoing challenges around theft and stray animals. How do you deal with this? And the question around the handover for 2030. So in terms of theft and stray animals, it's quite a problem, and we are keep on getting comebacks on that. So how we deal with it? We've got community forums and engagement with the local farmer associations that control their members. So we are engaging with them quite often. And just recently at Baaikraal, a few weeks ago, we had some animals going into our Lucerne lands. And so we bring in the local police, and we help people understand that if this repeat of animals in our lands happen, we will actually impound some of that animals. So there's ongoing engagement with the local community around especially stray animals. The problem with theft is we've got night security on both farms, but the ideal is to have cameras and more security that can respond, especially when people come onto some of our land. So the cost of that security measures is the challenge currently, but we use night security basically to help us stem that challenge. In terms of the handover for 2030 remains a challenge. So we've got monthly stakeholder engagement meetings where we just had one on Monday. Rural Development, Department of Infrastructure, Department of Agriculture, Casidra, farm leadership sits together. And currently, there's some outstanding issues that will take time. And we are meeting with the community on Tuesday again, just to give them that timeline. So we keep them informed. So at Baaikraal specifically, the land adjustment process, there's quite a few portions on Baaikraal that needs to go through a land adjustment process, which can be a 2-year process. And then on Amalienstein specifically, there's portions of that farm that needs to be cut out, especially the school, the church, some of the houses of the workers. So that's a municipal process. So the 2030 target is still the target, but it all is linked to the time it will take to conclude some of these legal processes. But we are constantly engaging with the local communities to address all that issues. Then in terms of Honourable Branke's question, in terms of the size of the land, so on page 23 in the book, the size of both farms is noted. Baaikraal is 1,271 hectares, and Amalienstein 7,644 hectares. If you can just refer to the book, that is, and then the funding model for the farms, and I want to link it to our chairperson's questions on Lactalis, their funding. So, and whether it's sustainable. So we've had very good relations with Lactalis. Even the international chairperson has indicated he wants to come and see the project. So the local leadership, South African leadership and international has noted this. And so I trust that we will again receive funding from them. Whether it's sustainable is a question, but this funding is helping us to upgrade the dairy parlour and add more animals, which then will help us to up the milk production, which will ensure and help with the sustainability of that farm. So again, it emphasized the importance to have commercial links to these farms to make it sustainable. So yeah, we are working to enlarge the platforms on the farm so that we can produce more, so that you can actually break even and not depend on funding from government sources. Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And then I think there was another question by Honourable Lekker in terms of Caspini Lima, and how are we supporting the beneficiaries, especially those of the Caspini Lima. Obviously, our support is basically rendering the project management services to make sure that if somebody asks for a tractor, that they get a tractor, and that they don't get a Mercedes. So we basically make sure that what is requested is being delivered. And then obviously there are a lot of success stories. A lot of these small farmers are now supplying international markets. Some of them are in the wine industry, for example, are already supplying international markets. Then we've got agri processors that are supplying into your large retailers like Checkers. So we have these examples, and I think the support that is provided through the Western Cape Department of Agriculture is immense to some of these small and upcoming businesses. Then there was also a question on how are we working to manage multi-year infrastructure projects. I think, again, I've mentioned that earlier, our financial systems allow us to do that, and we can run projects over multi-years, especially our larger infrastructure projects that is basically almost impossible to conclude it within 1 year. So our financial systems allow us to do that. I think there was another question on a missed target in terms of number of new projects being implemented and what are we doing. We have appointed since September this year, we have appointed a business development person that is now helping us to actually source funding outside of the public sector, also looking at private sector partnerships. So we are now really trying to shift into a mindset where we can try and raise funds from other sources as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. You said you wanted to make a...
Yeah, thank you for the question in terms of the complex challenges that we face as a board. The first one obviously relates to funding. As you can recall, the national budget was postponed a couple of times, and that obviously had a spillover impact on the timely allocation that was destined for Casidra. And obviously, if Casidra hasn't got money, it has severe implications for paying the staff, doing the projects, and so forth. And then, yes, as a scheduled 3D institution, it's reliant on sourcing projects out there. And it's not easy, especially given the stagnant economic circumstances. But obviously, the CEO, as he has mentioned, we have appointed a business development manager to assist with that process. So yeah, the funding issue is complex in nature. Then the second one obviously relates to the farms. Now, the problem with the farms is, where does the ownership sit? It starts with the Department of Public Works. I think they are the rightful owners. They then appoint the Department of Agriculture, Western Cape, as the custodian. And then the department asks Casidra to do projects on the farm. So it's a complex web of who is responsible for what. And our job is obviously to plan for handing over the farms to the communities. But the next big question is, how do we ensure that the communities are empowered enough to manage those farms productively? And do we have the right model in place? Now we know, if you look at many farms that were transferred to communities, the bulk of those farms under the leadership of CPAs, it's a mess. So much so that there's internal conflict, mismanagement of funding. The latest report by the National Department of Agriculture shows that many of the CPAs are dysfunctional. So what will be the best model taking, that should underpin the management of those farms by the communities going forward? There are other models, like in Extens, Fontaine, along the Orange River, where they have what we would call an aggregator model, where people own pieces of land, whether it's hectare, 1 hectare, 2 hectare. They then, as a collective, produce raisins, an export commodity that is quite valuable on the international market, especially the Middle East market. So those are the kind of things that one would consider before you just hand over. Because if you just hand over, communities are not empowered and they don't take co-ownership of that farm. It really becomes a chaotic situation. We have already seen the communities, the fact that there's high levels of vandalism, high levels of theft, people trespassing. We experience that as Casita, and you need to manage that in a way that you get communities on board. So yes, a lot of thinking, a lot of preparation, a lot of sharing of good practices need to go into that to end of the day ensure successful transfer. And then obviously, as a board, our biggest responsibility is to make sure that we mitigate all risk and that we manage risk. And one of the big risks that we faced this current year obviously had to do with staff building up or accumulating a lot of leave. And then the expectation was that that leave then be translated into cash. And we have said no, because if you have to start paying out huge amounts of leave, then it's going to put Casita, who's already under severe financial pressure, even under more pressure. So we've asked the CEO to seek legal guidance, and the guidance was very clear. Leave, the provisioning of leave or the accumulation of leave should not be seen as an extra cash benefit. Leave must be used for leave purposes. And yes, these things cause tension and it causes conflict, but people need to understand, as a board, it's not our job to manage Casita. As a board, we must manage the risk that can put Casita on a trajectory of financial implosion, financial unsustainability. So complex things, but as a board, I think we have the necessary expertise from a financial point of view, from a project management point of view, from a marketing point of view, from an agricultural point of view, to put the interest of Casita, the staff, and all the beneficiaries, stakeholders out there, that to be our first priority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson of the board. Honorable members, we've got an opportunity to do a second round of questions. Are there hands? I don't see hands in the house. Oh, Honorable Constable, hands online. I don't see any hand online. So just as a follow-up from my side, before I hand over to honorable members, I must say, welcome the turnaround that is happening at Amalenstein Farm. That's great. The question that I have is with Vigral Farm. Vigral Farm is doing, it's indicated that it's going to produce something like 601 tons of both lucerne and oats. I've just taking, let's say, ton is 3,000 rands per ton. So that will give, the farm 1.8 million rands. So I think the question is, maybe if you can really assist us here to understand what is the requirement to operate the farm, and what is, in terms of production input cost to really be able to pay your wages and operate the farm. And lastly, what what are the tons that you are indicating here costing in the market? What is the average price in terms of that? And what are the actions that are needed in order to make it sustainable in the end? What kind of support do you need? That's really a follow-up on that one. Honorable Constable, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Chair. On page 40, at the bottom, challenges faced by the public entity, and you specify CEO resource constraint, and then you mention specific.
Sorry, Honorable Constable, so you moved to D already. So you're done with Part A and Part B.
This is my last question, then I'm done, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, we can all move to Part D as well, as we are almost coming to the end of the deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So CEO, you mentioned the salaries, some training interventions, but the problem is that the market-related kind of salaries, that's a problem, and that's one of the constraints that you're having. If you can elaborate on that, and then the important one for me is the employment equity target. You couldn't meet it, and the problem is vacancies, and because there's no vacancies specifically for women. So how do you manage that? Because that's an expectation. Salary, market-related salary is an expectation. People look to other. So how do you manage to make sure that you at least retain what you have? Because if you're not paying me market-related, I will move. And that is across all departments. That's the biggest challenge that we're having. We're losing competent, skilled people to other entities, other departments because of that fact. How do CACIRA deal with it? What is your way of assisting the people on the ground not to move, but to keep them in your employ? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Just before I hand over, I think maybe follow up on Ama Lenstein. The milk prices obviously are not really predictable as we might want to, and they are not really good for farmers sometimes. I think the question really relates to the situation with regards to, is there a possibility that you can maybe, negotiate rebates for farms like this in order to really make sure that, they get fair price? Or, I don't know, rebates, is there rebates on tax or rebates on whatever, is there a way that this kind of farms that are land reform farms can negotiate rebates, especially in the milk produce industry? Are there rebates for them? Thank you.
I hand it up, Chair.
Honorable Leger, I've recognized you. You will have opportunity in the next round. Thank you. Over to you, Chairperson and CEO. Chairperson.
Sorry. May I ask that the more technical questions be answered by the CEO and also David, if that's possible, especially in terms of the resource constraints, also milk price, and then obviously achieving equity. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, so the question on the farms, I will refer to Mr. Neff. In terms of resource constraints, yeah, I think the main issue we have is that over the past number of years, we've been struggling to do even the normal pay market-related salary increases. And we've also not even do the pay progression, which sometimes is a nominal percentage. But in the last year or so, we've started a big focus. Year and a half, we started a big focus on workplace culture, building workplace culture. So we've started on a culture drive, values drive, making sure that people is actually at least within the workplace that they feel valued. We've looked at some surveys in terms of what we can do if money is not the driving force. So how can we shift our culture to make sure? So making sure that people have maybe flexibility in movement, not necessarily working from home, but they've got ease of access of leaving, coming in earlier, maybe leaving a bit earlier, things like that. So we've worked hard on that, and then also worked on a lot of cultural events, like workplace training events, bringing in speakers to make sure that they speak to the staff in terms of financial viability, those type of things. So there's it is not, I think, where it should be, but I think the year that comes, we hope to have a turnaround in terms of even our financial, because in the end everything goes. One can only, I think, allay the fears up until a certain point, and then I think there's going to be some problems if we don't start adjusting salaries. We have looked at our salary in terms of where people are being paid at this stage, and people are actually being paid within the bracket. So it's not that people are lagging behind at this stage, but I think as inflation comes in, then we want also to make sure that that we at least have our staff sort of paid, or have a pay raise that's equal to at least inflation. So, but it's difficult, and also our budgeting setup doesn't allow us to give pay increases beyond a certain point. I don't know if my HC manager also wants to add something on that, Lonice. Maybe something on the equity as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think one thing we also focus on is giving dependent bursaries to our employees, which further strengthens obviously retention. And it also ties in with our mandate, which is obviously to uplift rural communities and the children. So that is the other thing that we probably missed out on that. But I think a lot of focus went into cultural events, like we also have wellness champions that extend our hand in terms of wellness days. And then we do happy hours and, time off on your birthday, etc. I'm going to move on to the equity question. I think it's probably my favorite question this year, because employment equity has always been a standing item at this committee. And for the first year, obviously post the reporting period, we've actually seen movement within that. So currently we are in the process of recruiting for CFO, pending the retirement of the current incumbent, and we are aligning our target with the designated female, which we're trying to obviously have in the permanent role. If you look at our overall equity variance from last year, we've actually made movement in terms of disabilities as well. So I can report that there's also movement. So yes, we are making progress, Chair. Thank you.
This committee did make a remark with regards to the senior management team that was all male. So I still remember that. So yeah, over to you, Chair, in terms of the remaining questions. Sorry, CEO.
Chair, in terms of Marlinstein and whether we can get a better rate for our milk. So we sell our milk to Lactalis, and the fact that we've got a level 1 BE score helps. So that is the only kind of special treatment that we get because of our BE rating. But we work very closely with them. They come and they come and fetch the milk. They make sure that the quality of the milk is checked and so on. So I'm very comfortable that we are getting the best deal with them.
What does that best deal look like, maybe for members?
So their prices is set. So they've got different farms where they pick up milk, and there's a set bulk price in the market which is communicated to us. So that can per liter range from 5 Rand to 7 Rand, depending on what the price, the going price in the market is. It's set. That price is set outside of our relationship. So we therefore we need to manage our cost. as low as possible, ensure that we are efficient so that we actually make a profit. And again, if we can increase the number of animals in milk, that will help with cutting our costs and ensuring that we are profitable. So just in terms of Vicral, so the problem when we harvest our lucerne in that Oudtshoorn area, there's a lot of farmers doing the same thing, and that impacts the price in the market. So it's difficult to get that price set, the lucerne price. The lucerne price can range from 2,400 per ton to 2,800 per ton. So that price plays around and depends on how much there is in the market in terms of supply, and that impacts the price of the lucerne. So in terms of Vicral, if you look at the overall budget, we need about 3.3 million to break even on the farm, given the fact that we've got salary costs and overall costs that we need to cover. So therefore, it's important that we get a bigger platform and produce more lucerne. And some of that lands have not been worked on, and so we try to get Landcare to approve a bigger platform so that we can actually produce more lucerne and get to break even. But that's more, we can provide more detail if the committee wants in terms of where that break even line sits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Mr. Neft. Yeah, I think we will definitely make some recommendations, but I mean, it's up to you and the board in terms of where you take those recommendations to. Honorable Pat Lecker, your hand is up. Over to you.
My question is on page 42. Where it says reason for staff leaving. I've noticed that there are 3 staff who have left through dismissal, whilst there are 28 who have had disciplinary action taken against them. Now, I would really want to know what is the nature of the transgressions that led to the dismissals and the disciplinary actions that were taken against, and what measures have been implemented to strengthen internal discipline, promote ethical conduct, and prevent the reoccurrence of such incident among staff members in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lecker. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask our HR manager, because these are operational questions, if she perhaps can deal with that?
Thank you, Chair. So the dismissals range mostly around sabotage, bringing the name of the company into disrepute, and then damage to company property. On the other one dealt specifically with AWOLing, and then the last one dealt specifically also with gross dishonesty and insubordination. Then in terms of what are we doing to ensure, and then the 28 ranges from negligence, poor work performance, in general, not adhering to instructions. Those are the combined 28. Those are the type of reasons, basically. But in terms of how we're strengthening disciplinary measures, we have disciplinary training for the managers on the farms that is formalized, and then also for individual managers at head office, but then also through our consequent management processes and helping employees understand what their roles and responsibilities are and why we have to impose, obviously, the codes in terms of the conduct that they do. The training awareness is also there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Human Resource Manager. Members, are there any follow-ups? No hands in the house? Are there hands online? No hands online. So you've done a good job. Well done. We are within time. I see Honorable Petlecker is not there anymore. She is probably finished, or yeah, she's done with the questions. Honorable members, with that, we come to the conclusion of the deliberations. I see the hand of Honorable Bryant.
Chairperson, I think it's very important to thank you for conducting 2 very good meetings, not only this one, but the previous one as well. And it's good to come to a conclusion. And thank you again to all the officials from both CACEDRA and the department for attending.
I was actually going to ask Honorable Bryant to do a thank you. So he actually, moved quite ahead of me. But really, from my side, Honorable Walters.
Chair, I would have had a free morning. So I also want to thank you for this meeting. No, I'm joking. I really, as the first time I've been at this meeting, it's fascinating work, really an interesting committee, and it was an absolute pleasure from my side.
Okay, honorable members, what I'm picking up is that are we including congratulatory remarks to the department, CACEDRA and the department? Is that in order in our minutes? It will be minuted. Thank you. And really, thank you very much. I'm going to give you the opportunity to do your closing remarks before you depart. Unfortunately, there's no free lunch.
Honorable members,
yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present our annual report from both CACEDRA management and as well as the board. We want to thank you for your time and your inputs, and also want to again thank the staff of CACEDRA for everybody that made this little book possible, and the 7,500 food gardens. It might sound to somebody like nothing, but I mean there are people that are working themselves to the bone. So I just want to thank my staff for all the inputs and all the support that we get, and thank you for having this opportunity, Chairperson. Thank you.
So also just the last word from my side. Thank you, Dr. Du Plessis, staff, for your commitment, and also for my fellow board members, and especially Crystal Abdul, who will answer a lot of financial questions this afternoon. What I want to emphasize is that a lot of other provinces are visiting CACEDRA at this point in time to engage and to perhaps, learn and share best practices. And it's actually a unique model. Government departments' biggest weakness sometimes is the lack of people who can drive projects. And if those projects are transferred to CACEDRA, who is a dedicated institution and who is not really bound by money that must be spent within a fiscal year, then it helps government to deliver, and especially deliver with impact. Because a lot of projects, you can list a lot of projects, but if it does not make an impact in terms of economic well-being, social well-being, cultural well-being, spiritual well-being, then we find ourselves in a space where we are really not giving credence to the aspirations, the values embedded in our national constitution. We are bound by our national constitution that is premised on 3 building blocks. 1, human dignity. 2, equality. And thirdly, freedoms and rights. And I think that's the space where within we find ourselves, and we try to make a contribution to help realize those values and those aspirations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and really, once again, thank you. You are dismissed. So lunch is available. You can go for lunch in the members' dining. we will be deliberating and making our resolutions that you will receive soon in terms of our recommendations and some of the outstanding matters that we might have not covered. Thank you very much. You are. Honorable members, we just give them 2 minutes to leave the house and then we can talk about our resolutions. Minister, we are done. Thank you. You are also dismissed, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I am noting that I'm also dismissed from the meeting, and thank you for speeding up the process. I much appreciate it. I will exit the system now.
Thank you, Minister, for your attendance.
Yeah.
Honorable members, with a show of hands, are there resolutions that you have considered?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, just on the international study tour, any developments, any update? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Honorable Constable, you have a resolution.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3. The HOD mentioned there's a report with regards to Fruit Look. Fruit Look report.
Fruit Look, yeah.
If we can have a look at that report.
Yeah.
Secondly, if they can give us a presentation on the Western Cape Spatial Development Framework, because they mentioned also that they do have such a report or such a framework. Then, with regards to Casidra, Chair, I would like an in-depth. They said they're going to present to the community timelines up to 2030. I would like also for this committee to have a look into that, because we can't go to 2029 and there's problems. If there's issues, I think we need to address those issues now. Thank you, Chair. That's from my side.
Can I just speak quickly?
Remember, that's in terms of Amalienstein and Bikral, correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there were a couple of what do I say, commitment made by the HOD that they are happy to come and present to the committee. And maybe what you should do is to look at those. You didn't note them down. I think it's the Fruit Look. And what was the second one?
Is an export report.
Yeah, export report. Yes, export report and Fruit Look. Yeah, those are the two that
Are you saying briefings, Chair, or just to request for information?
I think both of them will require briefing because I think the Fruit Look is quite extensive. So I think we definitely will look at briefing. Honorable Pedleger, I see your hand is up.
The first one would be the commitment that was made on the agriculture of a conversation with Stats SA. So they made a commitment that they will come back and report. Second one would be the issue of the tariffs. That one also, they said they will come back and report on the matter. Then there's a couple of questions that I could not ask. I don't know if I can forward that as an email. Should I
Yes,
write it?
definitely you can send them to Shireen.
Okay.
Is that all, Honorable Lecker? Okay, just to on your point with regards to Stats SA, I've got it written here. That's the Stats SA report that they have worked with Agri SA to deal with the collation of data. So that one they promised that they will provide us, and also the BFAP report, which obviously they've asked the insight with regards to AGOA. So they have promised that they will provide us with that report. With that said, Honorable, oh, I didn't note your hand.
Very much, Chair. Chair, if we could also get an update on the Cape Winelands airport, any new developments in terms of the environmental assessment, how far they got, and I see it in the media that they are looking at 2026 to start with construction. I saw an article in the media, so if we could possibly maybe early next year do an oversight there, just to get up to date with the new developments there in terms of the environmental assessment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It is in the economic development cluster, but that's fine. We can look at it. Thank you. Honorable members, with that said, that's the end of the sitting. And thank you really very much. End of the deliberation. And enjoy your further deliberations that you still have, if there is any. I think some will be going to Scopa. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Brian. Thank you, Honorable Walters. Thank you, Honorable Constable, Honorable Bringays, Honorable Vessel, and Honorable Fedlegger. Thank you really very much.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you
Meeting
very
adjourned.
much, Chair. Have a good lunch.
Oh, thank you, Nomfundo, and thank you, Honorable Nigerk. Hello, Honorable.